Hi, hello, good morning. Hello, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, and the Seattle Sports app as well, plus all the podcast platforms. I hope everyone had a chance to fully engage and listen to yesterday's show. There was obviously a lot going on with the Seahawks coming off of their big moves over the weekend with Geno and DK, and then, of course, you know, some of the conversation about what they would do next and the speculation on Sam Darnold. Obviously, that ended up taking place soon after we got on the air, and now the Seahawks have their guy moving forward at quarterback, and we'll spend quite a bit of the day discussing some of the pros and cons, pluses and minuses of a Sam Darnold, and I think there's quite a bit of all of that. So this will be an interesting thing for us all to observe. I will say, to start the show today, a happy birthday to Miss Mora. Good morning, Mora, and happy
thanks.
Birthday. How are you?
Good.
You like a birthday? I forget. Are you a birthday person?
I mean, they're all right. I just, I feel like the more you have, eventually you're just kind of like, oh, now I'm just older.
Yeah. There's
They're
definitely
way
that
more
element
exciting
of
when
it.
you're in your 20s or,
Yeah. Okay. But happy birthday.
Thank you.
And, you look great for 31. And
Yes.
and now that you're out of your 20s, I can see that these birthdays are starting to wear on you. So happy birthday to Mora.
Thank you.
I will also repeat this morning something I've said before, but it was once again ingrained or just burned into my head yesterday. There are a lot of great athletes in the world. Football players, basketball players, all of them do incredible things at the top level. The best athletes in the world, I think, are hockey players. I cannot fathom how they do what they do. I can understand how football players and basketball, I understand it. I can't jump as high, but I understand what they're doing. I went out and played drop-in hockey yesterday, really for the second time, and it's baffling. I have no idea how they do what they do. They are incredible athletes. I further, yesterday, Maura, came to a new conclusion about hockey players because I've had the other one before. I mean, the ability to skate and all of the things they do on both edges of their skates and turn and forwards and backwards and the technical details that go with that. Then you add in everything they do with their sticks. They're phenomenal athletes. New thing today. Every single hockey player who plays without a full cage, which makes them every single player in the NHL, is totally freaking insane.
I would agree.
I'm playing at the lowest level of adult drop-in beginner hockey. This is the worst hockey that could possibly be played. And that puck whizzes by your face. They're insane. Sticks come flying up and hit you in the face. Thank God you got a cage on. It took 1 minute for a stick to hit me in the face. I have a cage on. Didn't bother me. I mean, it bothered me, but it didn't hurt. Those guys are insane. They're completely nuts. 1,000% insane.
And Zdeno Chara was playing with a broken jaw stitched shut and still no cage, I think.
They're crazy.
Yeah.
They have a screw loose, every one of them, to go with their unbelievable skill and athleticism and everything else they do. It was a blast. I'm not hurt. I am sore. My back is very, very, very sore. I was the worst person out there by a mile. But I'm going to go back in 2 weeks. So I'm going to try it again in a couple of weeks. Just try to get better. Everybody out there was incredibly nice and welcoming and encouraging. So I'll get back out there. It's exhausting. Oh, my God. I'm drenched in sweat. So super fun. We'll go do that again. Sam Darnold. That's going to be the topic of the day. Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold. That's Sam Darnold.
You feel like you're saying it repeatedly to see if you can figure out how you feel about it.
Sam Darnold. just gonna keep saying the name Sam.
How's it
Darnold.
feel rolling off the tongue?
I haven't quite. I'm trying to get used to it with the teeth. See if I can get the right mouth feel. Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold. Sammy D. It's fine. I'm not upset about Sam Darnold. I'm not in love with Sam Darnold.
Especially considering the field, right? That makes it a little...
It's okay. It's okay. Like, I can't get mad about Sam Darnold. He's not bad right now. I mean, he was bad until a year ago. But he was pretty good last year. He's cheaper than Geno, though he's still kind of expensive. Certainly more expensive than guys that haven't performed like he hadn't until a year ago. There is an element of paying a guy coming off of his one good year, which I don't love. But it's still a lot cheaper than you were going to do, and it doesn't lose you the locker room, and he's a guy that has a lot of respect. Sam Darnold. Yeah, I don't know. This one's been tough for me. Ever since hearing the name emerge as like their automatic, this is what we're doing next, I've kind of gone back and forth. I see what they're doing, I think. I think how it can work. I also don't know that I see that like in boldface, black and white. Definitely here's the path. I also see the other side of this of like, what if it doesn't go well? I mean, if it doesn't go well, they haven't really invested that much into it, right? It's a similar type of deal to what Geno had signed where they can get out of it pretty quickly if they want to. And if it really doesn't work and he regresses, hopefully if he does, he's bad, but like he goes back to being the bad Sam Darnold who fumbles constantly and just kind of struggles to see the whole field. And like, if he's that, they'll lose a bunch of games. They'll get a top 10 pick.
Well,
but
I think
the fear is, what if he's in the middle? What if he's like, okay.
And I think that goes back to what you said about like he's cheaper, but he's still not cheap. So it's not like they're committing to a rebuild and you just get a cheap quarterback and you're looking to get one in the draft next year. They definitely spent the money to where they're still looking to win, but they still have a lot of the same problems they had before they traded Geno.
Yeah, he's got a lot of the same problems. You still have all these other holes
to fill.
I think he's a little bit I think he's better, in terms of just some of the normalcy and just tone it all down in the locker room because obviously, Geno was carrying some sort of a pretty big grudge over the course of at least the last year and maybe longer than that. And I don't know how that didn't seep its way into the team and into the locker room. And yeah, that's just sort of how things like that go. So this should lead to a little bit, more normalcy. I think that, Brock's pointed out a few times how struck he was by just the way Darnold had related to his teammates last year and the love and support that they had for him and what he did for them. All of those are real positives that can help being a bridge. But it's hard for me to see Sam Darnold as anything but a bridge. He's younger. He's 27. That's nice. But he doesn't really run any better than Geno. Like, I was looking at the numbers. Like, he doesn't run any better. Geno really turned the ball over a lot last year. And so, he's better in that regard. But he's always had a fumbling problem. I think his hands are probably small. And, fumbling has always just been part of his game. Well, fumbling's disastrous for a quarterback in the NFL. So I've been going back and forth all for the last 24 hours here on Mr. Darnold. I'm torn, Maura. Much like the lovely Natalie Imbruglia,
who Lyle discovered this morning when you asked him to roll this sound in.
You don't know the song?
No, and I think I could have gone my whole life without knowing it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Well, and I knew this song, but I had no idea it was a cover. I thought it was her original song.
Yeah, I found that out actually somewhat recently that it was a cover. The cover is, the original is terrible. She gave it life. She gave it meaning. she gave it a second chance. I am very, very, very torn, and I would imagine so are a lot of members of the Seahawks fan base. Today is a day to be torn. And if it's funny, we'll go through this at 7:30. The sound from around the football universe, very, very torn. You've got some people that love it. You've got some people that hate it. You got some people that like him. You've got some people that don't. You got some people who think he's better than Geno. You got some people who think he's not as good as Geno. This is a day to be torn, and we will talk through it over the course of the next 3 hours and 45 minutes. We'll be right back here with everything you need to know. The Seahawks did sign one other player. I'll tell you who that is and more next.
breaking news.
The Seahawks have their quarterback. ESPN's Adam Schefter says former Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold reached an agreement today on a 3-year, $100.5 million contract with Seattle. Bump, your immediate reaction.
Let's get it. Got our quarterback, man. You know, a quarterback who fits this offense or what we think this offense is going to be. This was priority number one, was to get Sam Darnold.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis. Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Empower. Jen has ordered a decadent seafood tower, king crab legs, lobster tails, and a waterfall of caviar. Pricey? You bet. But Jen worked with Empower on her savings and investment strategy and planned for splurges like these. She got good at money, so she can be a little bad. Ooh, champagne. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. OMG, those shrimps are really jumbo.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Every window tells a story, whether it's watching your kids play outside or enjoying a beautiful sunset. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our replacement windows are designed to frame those moments. Brighten your home with our exclusive offer. Buy 3 windows and get 1 free. Call today to take advantage of this limited deal. 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Sure didn't take long for the Seahawks to find their next quarterback. Just a few days after shipping off Geno Smith, they land free agent Sam Darnold on a deal. Sure looks a lot like the one that Geno had been playing under. Darnold will come to Seattle, play here for 3 years and just over $100 million, 55 of which is guaranteed. Adam Schefter.
Basically, this is something the two sides have been working on to get it done, and it's a 3-year, $100.5 million deal. You see the big money. Look, the Seahawks were trying to get Geno Smith signed. They didn't get that deal done. They take that money and they now give it to Sam Darnold, and they get back the extra third-round pick from the Las Vegas Raiders that they now have. But this is the deal, essentially, for Sam Darnold. And it's a situation where they identified Sam Darnold as a perfect fit. And that's basically what happened. They're able to reach that agreement here and get that done.
I mean, sure, that's exactly what you would say after you signed Sam Darnold, is that we've identified him as the perfect fit. Is he a perfect fit? I don't know. That feels like a bit of a stretch to me. But is he a good fit? Sure. He was the best quarterback available coming off of a good year, and it's for less money than they would have had to spend on Geno Smith. I think all of those things are positive. Obviously, what you do with not just the third-round pick, but especially the extra money, ends up being really, really important. Again, spending that kind of cash on Sam Darnold a year ago would have been completely unthinkable, but he resurrected his career in Minnesota. He had an excellent season there last year, completed 66% of his passes. That's a couple notches below Geno's 70%. As you know, Geno's about as accurate a passer as you're going to find. But his 35-12 touchdown to interception ratio, that's a whole lot better than what you saw from Geno, which was 21-15. So that's a major, major difference, and I'm sure that played a huge role in what the Seahawks decided to do yesterday. Again, we'll talk about Sam Darnold over the course of the morning. I think Brock's probably going to be a little more excited than I am. I don't hate it. I'm not going to sit here and crush it. I'm excited. It'll be fun to watch. I don't know that this is the direction I wanted them to go. Like, this wasn't my preference, but I certainly can't criticize it. They bring in a guy for not that much money and not that many years with a lot of flexibility in the contract. And if he performs well, you should be a contender. And if he doesn't, then you should be right back into the top of the draft where you would need to be in order to find your long-term replacement.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, last night the Seahawks did dip their toes into the offensive line market. They bring in the versatile Rams veteran Josh Jones, probably to replace George Fant in that swing. What'd you say? Ravens?
Ravens, not Rams. Yeah.
What did I say? I said Rams? I wrote Ravens. Sorry. Ravens. It says right here, Ravens, Ravens veteran Josh Jones. Again, probably more of a George Fant replacement, kind of that swing tackle who could also step inside if you need him to play guard, but probably not the kind of starter you're looking for to deal with an offensive line that still has big problems. Brady Henderson thinks that that's still to come. Will Fries is still out there.
Well, Will Fries is the guy I have thought that they would target in terms of like an upgrade for the interior of their offensive line. And, just with the guard market, the offensive line market being what it is, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of suitors. But I did not think that they were going to be really hard. They were really going to go hard after Drew Dahlman. I thought that if they're going to spend some money in free agency on an interior offensive lineman, then Will Fries is the guy to keep an eye on.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on him over the course of the day today. Again, coming off of an injury, broken leg, I believe. So, yeah, there's some concern about what he'll look like this year. But you got to do something, and Chicago's been certainly the biggest team in terms of going after and fixing their offensive line. They bring in 3 new players already right by the start of free agency. So it would be nearly impossible to try to recap everything that went on in the NFL yesterday, but a couple of notes. Niners are going to look very different this year. They've already lost 7 players, including a couple big-time defenders, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Tafunga, Javarius Ward, all go elsewhere. They traded Deebo Samuel, as you know. They're probably going to part ways with fullback Kyle Juszczyk. That's a lot. That is going to be a very, very, very different team, especially if they end up signing their quarterback to, $55 million deal or whatever it is that Purdy's looking for. Justin Fields heads to the Jets, for 2 years, $40 million. Zach Wilson will back up Tua in Miami for 1 year, $5 million. Aaron Rodgers likely going to find a home today. I assume that's going to be Pittsburgh because they're running out of options. Broncos certainly improved their defense yesterday. The Patriots added a ton of players, including Milton Williams from Philly. And while a couple of centers and tackles signed, as we've said, the guard market has been quiet so far. So we'll keep our eyes open for the Seahawks to make a move there maybe as soon as today.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mariners lose yesterday 7-5. All 7 runs came off Casey Lawrence and Austin Kitchen. More importantly, redemption day for a couple of players that were really struggling last year. Mitch Garver continuing his Cactus League dominance.
And the 0-1 to Garver swinging a high drive deep into the gap. In left center field, that ball is getting smaller and smaller, and goodbye baseball onto the berm in left center field. And Mitch Garver continues his hot hitting this spring. A 2-run blast by Garver, his 3rd home run, and it's now the Mariners 3 and the Brewers nothing here in the top of the 1st inning. What a spring from Mitch Garver.
Yeah, it has been quite the spring. Garver's numbers are insane. He's hitting .444. He's got an OPS north of 1,400. He's been essentially the best player of all time this spring. Then he got hit by a pitch in the hand in his next at bat, and we have no idea what's going to happen. So hand injuries, wrist injuries, finger injuries, no bueno for a hitter. We'll see how serious this is. Dan Wilson doesn't know yet. The other guy I mentioned was Jorge Polanco. He went 2 for 2 with an RBI yesterday. Probably more importantly, was able to get out there and play third base once again. So they get an off day today. Royals tomorrow. A couple of cuts and roster moves yesterday. A few guys sent back to minor league camp, including Michael Arroyo. Interesting, I guess, to see that Harry Ford, Colt Emerson, Laz Montez all remain with the team this deep into spring. I mean, obviously none of those guys are going to be on the big club once they break, but to last this long and to stick with the big leaguers kind of this deep into camp, pretty cool for 3 guys that are very highly touted as big-time prospects. All right, that is everything you need to know, quarter past every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. I'm not going to put a whole lot into the Mitch Garver stuff. Probably the hand thing is much bigger than the numbers. At 8 o'clock this morning, thanks to our friend Jason Churchill, I'm going to read you some spring training numbers over the last couple of years, and you can try to figure out which players they belong to. You didn't look at this ahead, Lyle. Did you see this tweet yesterday? You saw it, didn't you?
I saw the tweets, but I actually don't remember the name. So
all right, so maybe that'll work. Maura, did you see it yesterday?
No, you said not to.
All right, so hopefully Maura and Brock didn't see it, and they can participate in our little game. I don't need Lyle cheating. I don't need Lyle cheating and trying to
that
oh no, but I don't remember. You sound like my kids. Oh, I don't remember whether or not I brushed my teeth. It could have been one. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't remember if I washed my hands before dinner. I just don't remember. So. All right.
By the way, 206 asked if there was any update on Rick Riz, who got hit with a foul ball in the head.
Yes.
He
Rick
returned to the booth and says he's good to go.
Rick gave himself an update.
And the count is 0-1 on Sundstrom. Folks, I want to let you know that, I took a pretty good shot in the back of my head with a foul ball up here in the radio booth. But I'm sore, but I'm okay. Here's the next offer. Swinging a foul back at the count 0-2. I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends. And I just want to let you know I'm okay. I got a good size bump on my head, but I'm going to be okay. My mom always said I had a hard head, Gary, so it paid off today. I could not believe that ball got up here that quickly.
Poor
Ricky.
Rick.
I know.
Yes, glad to hear that everything's good. Everyone was a little scared there for a
that
minute.
could have been us, man. When we were taking friendly fire down at spring training, that could have been us. That was very dangerous being down there. All right. Well, glad to hear Rick is okay. Everybody at the station yesterday reacting to the huge news over the weekend and continuing because they all got to react to Darnold signing yesterday. We will go around the station. Lots of great guests. You'll hear from some of the biggest names in football media and some people that know Sam Darnold best. Stick around. That's coming up on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Your two most prominent players on offense said, I want out of here.
If you ask the texters, they would say both of them have attitude problems.
We'll see what Geno signs for. If he signs for somewhere in around 40 to 45, what does that say about how he felt about Seattle?
You got to put a lot of faith in John Schneider and Mike McDonald. John said, we're not going to do anything that hurts the team. The team is number one, the player is number two.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold.
Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Michaela's Mobile Spa, Michaela. Michaela got a quick business insurance quote from Progressive and chose from over 30 customizable coverages. Sure, it helps she's her only employee and does literally everything. But while others would rest on their laurels, Michaela was hard at work saving big. So take that, hypothetical other employee who doesn't exist. Be your own Michaela. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Star Rentals reminds parents to talk with your teenage drivers about the dangers of distracted driving and texting behind the wheel. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or ride with a driver who is. Always designate a sober driver, use a ride share, or call a parent for a safe ride home. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors. Online at starrentals.com.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We'll be rewinding in just a moment or two. First, some breaking news, and not the good kind. If you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, reading Jeremy Fowler 5 minutes ago, tweeting guard Will Fries headed to the Vikings for 5 years and $88 million. Sources told ESPN. One of the top interior linemen off the market, or on the market, is now off the board. Okay, so yesterday it was Dahlman. Today it's Fries. Those are the two names we talked about the most. And I'm sure we're going to hear, well, one guy was too hurt and one guy in pass protection and one guy's not a fit and this guy was too expensive, and $17.5 million for a guard who's coming off of a significant leg injury is obviously a lot of money. There's no doubt. Tough noogies. Tough noogies.
I mean, yeah, at this point, we've seen the bargain basement value pack approach for too long.
How many times does this happen?
Money.
How many times does this happen?
With this specific position, interior O-line, and it's been a decade.
Yeah. Guess what? The league thinks it's important, which is why the league keeps paying these guys more money than you're willing to. You got to figure out how to get this right. And there are other guys out there. Just reading Hawk blogger Mekhi Becton, Kevin Zeitler, Tevin Jenkins, Brandon Scherf, Will Hernandez. And I know some of those names, right? We've heard of some of those guys. Mekhi Becton's a giant. Had a great year last year with the Eagles. A giant person, not a New York Giant. And I'm sure we'll hear he's not a fit. Kevin Zeitler has been a quality player for a long time. I'm sure we'll hear he's too old.
Oh, he had a great year last year with the Lions.
It's too old. Can't bring him in. Can't do it. Tevin Jenkins. I can't have a guy whose name starts with a T. Brandon Scherf. Oh, yeah, you're going to have an SCH as your guard. Okay. Will Hernandez? No, we don't sign guys who have played for the Cardinals. Like, there's always some reason why you can't sign one of these stupid guards. Sign one of them. Well, I can't possibly sign this guard. He's overpaid. Nobody would spend that much money on this guard. Well, the Vikings just did. Well, this guy's hurt. Okay, well, the Vikings figured out a way to make it happen.
I mean, maybe they're looking to get a couple in the draft, but after
The
last year, I
draft?
really wanted to see them spend on at least one veteran and then also add in the draft.
The draft. Yeah, you should draft a guard. Absolutely. But, like, counting on rookies to start for your team is a bad plan. Hoping that you get rookies that end up starting right. Look, that's great. But counting on rookies to start is a bad plan. You shouldn't count on them starting.
Well, unless you take one at 18, which
Even
is
then.
likely the best guard in the draft.
Even then.
Well, and some of the
I don't
sound
count
that
on
we're
rookies
going to get
starting.
into, some of the stuff that I heard repeatedly about Sam Darnold yesterday was
Needs protection.
he struggles under, and every quarterback struggles under pressure, but I'm hearing that it's particularly bad for him. So
Mekhi
this should
Becton,
be even
he's
more.
too big, Maura. You can't possibly bring a guy who's that strong in to play guard. He'll make the other guards feel bad. Mekhi Becton, never. No way would we spend that kind of money. Dolman? I thought it was DAHL, but I find out it's not. It's spelled differently. No way I'm bringing that guy here to play guard. Let somebody else overpay. We don't need him. We've got the guy who was undrafted, Sundell, who can step in at any moment. Jalen Sundell, was that his name?
Correct.
Yeah, nailed it. Bet you don't know his number. Jalen Sundell. We don't need Kevin Zeitler and his years of productivity and experience and everything he's done in the league. We've got Jalen Sundell.
Can Kevin Zeitler put up a better grade than 1.6 in pass protection for a game?
I doubt it. Not at his age. Lyle's too old. Can't spend that kind of money. Don't be ridiculous.
And that is a Satawa Lamea reference for those not knowing.
Ah, gosh. My gosh. Just have a look. Maybe this will all end up working out, but just stick with something that makes sense. Are you going for now? Or are you going for later? If you're saying, okay, look, we don't like any of these guards in free agency. They're all overpaid. It's not. This doesn't work for us. Fine, then don't sign Sam Darnold. Sign Justin Fields for less money. Let him run around like a madman, and then or somebody else along those lines, and say, okay, we're going to draft what we can draft and build for the future. And in that case, I'm with you. Yes, Kevin Zeitler's too old. Fine. Mekhi Becton's an injury risk. You don't want to deal with that. You don't want to spend that kind of money. Great. Wait a year. Save the cap space for all I care. Rebuild. But this half measure in between, oh, we can't possibly compete. Like, sure you can. Oh, you can't just rebuild an offensive line. Really? The Bears just did. The Bears just did.
I mean, the Vikings already didn't have as bad of an O-line situation as the Seahawks last year, and they've added Will Fries and Ryan Kelly, the Colts center.
Maura, driving me crazy. This drives me absolutely crazy. All right. Well, that's the news this morning. And by the way, this isn't about Will Fries. I couldn't pick Will Fries out of a lineup. I don't know if he's a good guard or not. All I know is that the Vikings just valued him enough to give him $17.5 million a year for the next 5 years. Meanwhile, the Seahawks are twiddling their thumbs and bringing in some backup swing tackle from Baltimore. Stop twiddling. Bring in guys who can play the position. Been a decade. It's been a decade. All right, let's get back to basics here. Let's get back to the big stories here in town. We're going to go around the station and play some of the sound from yesterday because we got some good guests on both Bump and Stacy and Wyman and Bob. We'll start with Dan Graziano, who was on with Bump and Stacy, talking through the DK Metcalf trade and why the Seahawks were, in my view, totally understandably, unwilling to pay him what he wanted.
To me, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, these feel like $30+ million a year wide receivers. I think I'd probably put DK in the next tier down, which I guess maybe the top of that is 30 now. I don't know. It's, guys like Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle were signing for 27-ish last summer, and I guess you could make the case that he's better than them, but you probably could also make the opposite case.
Yeah, I think he's right. DK's not in the same group as those guys. He's good, not great. Or he's even, you know what, that's not fair to DK. Let me take that back. He's very good, not great. DK's very good. He's a very good player. He really is. He does a lot of things very well. Not quite great. And as we know, there's 2.5 things that keep him from being great. One is his hands. He just does not have elite level hands. Frankly, I think if you just were rating hands, his would be subpar for an NFL wide receiver. Below average.
You always hear from former receivers that he catches too much with his body.
Just below average. Not awful. I mean, like, he can catch, but it's below I would say below average for an NFL, certainly starting wide receiver. He doesn't run all of the routes as well as you might want, which makes sense with his size and speed, that he can't do everything. That's not a knock, but it's a fact. And then the other one is just the intensity level. I'm going to say that's a half, because sometimes he uses it to his advantage, and sometimes he has it used against him to the advantage of the cornerback and the other team. And DK's emotional, control is a little all over. Kind of like Mora's volume control when she's had too many. Like, sometimes it's good things, sometimes it's not. Sometimes you got control over that sucker, sometimes you don't.
There's a time and a place,
There's
DK.
a time and a place. Yeah, Mora knows when you don't have to drive and your work's done for the day, you can kind of let loose. DK's got to know the right time on that
for
also.
Justin's recording it all for social media, apparently.
Welcome to Gen Z. Here's a little more from Graziano talking about the Geno negotiations.
I think the team also didn't think it was going to be this year, and I think, they went to have a conversation about a new contract. He had 1 year left on his contract, and can we bring this in line with his performance, which has been, top 10-ish quarterback in the league, right, since he's been a starter. They reached a point in the negotiations where, both sides kind of got to a realization that Geno might just sort of rather be elsewhere, and kind of was willing to play out the final year of his current deal at $31 million and then go. And I think when Seattle sort of realized that, then it's like, all right, well, then we should trade him and get something for him, as opposed to just waiting for him to leave at the end of the year.
Yeah, so this is a little more on the Geno didn't want to be here thing. And my guess is, and I think Brady talked about this yesterday as well, that stems from last year's negotiation. He won a new deal last year. And the Seahawks were like, yeah, that's not really what we do. We'll talk in a year. And it seems anyway, based on, Geno pulling his little stunt at training camp, right, where he decided not to play for a little while to show everybody what life might be like without him there, and whether or not that happened again during the season, who knows. That showed some of the frustration he had. And if he took that grudge all the way through to this year's negotiating time, I'm sure he came in there and was like, yeah, either you guys are going to offer me $50 million or something, or I'm out of here. You don't believe in me? I don't believe in you. Geno's hard-headed. Geno holds grudges. Geno's the guy who didn't write back to the haters. I get it. I can sympathize with some of those things. I have grudges. I hold them. Absolutely. I'll stay mad at somebody till forever. I understand what it's like. I'm not even mad at him for it. I get it. I don't know if that's the best quality for like a franchise quarterback. I don't even know if it's the best quality for a dumb radio host. But, I think it's easier to do in some businesses than others. I think it's a tough one to do in his business. And, more you were kind of talking about it off air. All of the, I've got to prove it. I was burned early in my career. I got a chip on my shoulder. That stuff's great to a point. But there's got to be a limit to it. At some point, it becomes so encompassing that it makes you, I'm sure, hard to work with. And so, yeah, ultimately, where does he go? I think you nailed this again, Mora, when you said, yeah, he goes back to the guy who's going to love him, the guy who's going to tell him he's great, the guy who believes in him.
I feel like even if Pete Carroll thinks you're a bridge, he's never going to make you feel like that. He's going to make you think that you're the greatest quarterback he's ever had.
Most important person in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Pete's great at it. So I don't have a problem with any of this. I think it's all totally fine. The fact that the Seahawks are moving on is great. I wish it was more their call than Gino's call, to be frank. But I think this is a break that is good for everyone. That relationship had soured. Clearly on Gino's end. He wasn't interested in coming back. And I don't think it's because of like one move or this or that. I think he's just a grudge. I'm just mad about last year.
Well, and I think he had a right to be a little frustrated with last year. I think they put him in a pretty tough situation with the way that offensive line was, the way they couldn't get any semblance of a run game going.
But I don't think he cared about that stuff at all. I don't think it was any of that. I think it's just money.
You don't think
you didn't pay me last year. Now I'm mad.
After some pretty good performances, he at least wanting to get paid probably thought that put him in a bad situation to get paid.
Maybe. I get the sense we negotiated last year.
Yeah.
You didn't pay me what I wanted. I'm done. I don't care what happens this year. Doesn't matter. I'm done. And so you fast forward a year and he sticks to that because he holds a grudge very well. I can relate to it. But unfortunately for him, I think, or at least unfortunately, look, fortunately for everybody, he held a grudge. He gets to leave and the Seahawks get to move on. Good, and good. So they move on to Sam Darnold. Who is Sam Darnold, and what are we looking at here? Steve Weish, also on with Bump and Stacy yesterday, one of my favorites. Here's what Steve Weish of NFL Network said.
I don't think you can ignore it just because it was the final 2 games, but what it did was rip the scab off of his previous 3 years when he played a lot. You know, we saw a lot of that type of production when he was with the Jets, you know, when he got pressure. He saw a ghost, so to speak, to use the terminology. But you also can't overlook how he played in those previous games. I mean, Sam Darnold has always been an incredibly gifted player, right? He can run, he can throw it, he's got unbelievable tools. And so I think that is what Seattle is looking at and not those 2 games.
Well, you would have to, right? I mean, although hopefully for them, the 2 games are what allows them not to pay maybe as much as they would have had to if he had done better in those couple of games. Again, none of this is perfect. It's not perfect. It's not the perfect scenario. I don't know that the perfect scenario existed. But Darnold's good. He's a good next step. If he ends up being a better Alex Smith style bridge, and by the way, we've reached out to Alex Smith. We're hoping to talk to him. I think he's the perfect guest for this week. Brock had a connection to him, so he got his number yesterday. He's reached out. We've not yet heard back, but I would really be interested in talking to Alex Smith. He is the guy that everybody constantly references as the bridge, right? He was the bridge. First to Colin Kaepernick and then to, more importantly, to Patrick Mahomes. And similarly to Sam Darnold, he was an incredibly high pick. In Smith's case, number 1 overall. Darnold was number 3 or 4 overall, 3. Right? Both guys really high picks, didn't go well for them early in their career, bounced around a little bit, became a backup. And Alex Smith turned himself into an excellent quarterback. I mean, everybody sort of says, well, he's the bridge, this and that. Alex Smith was really good, won playoff games. Ran around. I mean, in some ways, really similar, I think, to Sam Darnold. Could run, could move, could throw, could do everything. There's a reason he was the number 1 overall guy. Really talented. And then ultimately, obviously, the career ends with the horrific injury and all that. But Alex Smith was a really good player. I rooted for Alex Smith once he kind of turned it around and changed his career. I found him to be a really compelling figure. If Sam Darnold can be that and at the same time, eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later, start to mentor a young player at the position while still playing at a decently high level himself, great. And by the way, if he turns himself into something really good, if the first 15 games last year are legit, cool. You got a guy. He's only 27. He's going to be 28 in a few months. He's young. He's younger than most of the other guys you think of as being young in the NFL. He's really young. So if it works out, great. You got your guy. If it doesn't work out, hopefully it's a disaster and you can just get into the top 10 next year. Again, my big fear is just don't go 500. Don't go 8-9. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh, that would be
your point about
obnoxious.
the age, I saw yesterday, and I almost didn't believe it, that Josh Allen is 28. He's a year older than Sam Darnold. I guess in my mind, Sam Darnold came out before him
I'm kind of with you. It is sort of surprising when you realize how young he is. But he is. He's not an older quarterback at all. He's been around for a while. He came out young and played right away and had his problems and has been in the public eye. Plus, I think we knew him at USC. So, there's been just like a lot of Sam Darnold. I feel very familiar with the product, maybe more so than some other guys.
If he does put together another year and make this look like he has turned a corner, Josh Allen just got, the biggest quarterback contract in the league. Like, maybe you do then go, hey, Darnold might actually be our guy.
Maybe.
I think it's a long shot.
Feels like it. Feels like a long shot. I mean, he hasn't shown what Josh Allen has. That feels like a long shot to me. Let me give you one more. Here is more from Steve Weish, and this is again sort of the question that I keep asking and why I kind of went off on the guard thing. Like, is this a rebuild or not? What are you doing? Are you trying to win right now? Or are you trying to win in the future? Here's Steve Weish.
It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. I think it is a little bit more complicated. It might be more of a retooling because this is a team that won 10 games last year. To me, wasn't far away. So maybe they feel that way, but maybe they feel again with what they're doing offensively with a new OC. This is the type of quarterback they need. They can get types of wide receivers they need. Whoever comes in as a wide receiver, you got to block. That's part of what the scheme is. You got to be able to go in there and dig guys out, outside linebackers and strong safeties out. So maybe this is just kind of a refit to an engine that they think still has got a lot of miles on it.
I like that idea of a refit. I think there's a lot to that, and I'm down with it. But just if you're going to do it, right? I think that's why the guard thing sort of drives me crazy. And if you're just jumping on this morning ahead of 7 o'clock and Brock will be on here in 10 minutes, earlier this morning, the Vikings signed Will Fries. I don't know that Will Fries was like the dude, but after hearing that Dahlman signed yesterday, the center, right off the bat, you had the Bears trading for all the available offensive linemen that were out there. Ryan Kelly went early as well. There were only so many things left, and Brady's been talking about this Will Fries guy for a while.
Ultimately, both of these situations were about money. With Smith, I think his discontent had traced back
that's a wrong
to...
cut. That's a different cut. Brady, stop talking about that. Here's Brady on Fries.
Well, Will Fries is the guy I have thought that they would target in terms of like an upgrade for the interior of their offensive line. And, just with the guard market, the offensive line market being what it is, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of suitors. But I did not think that they were going to be really hard, that they were really going to go hard after Drew Dahlman. I thought that if they're going to spend some money in free agency on an interior offensive lineman, then Will Fries is the guy to keep an eye on.
Well, we kept an eye on him right up until the point where he flew to Minnesota and signed with the Vikings. Why is this position so hard for them to get right? And I know the easy answer that's going to come back because they think it's overvalued and overpaid around the league and overdrafted. Well, that's why. If you don't believe the position has been looked at appropriately by the rest of the league, you're probably not going to invest enough in it in order to get it right.
But I feel like the last couple of interviews John Schneider has had with Wyman and Bob, he said they are looking at that differently. Their view has changed a little bit on that, so okay. I don't know.
Again, these actions are going to speak louder than words. Maybe now you have to pivot and sign one of these other guys, Becton or Hernandez or Scherf or whatever. Maybe you got to turn around and sign one of them to a bigger deal than you wanted to, and maybe it won't be quite as big as what this guy got. But don't you want some greatness there? Tell me this. If the Seahawks had signed, let's say you believe truly that Will Fries is the guy, okay? You think he's a head and shoulders above the other guards in free agency. If that had been the last move they made in free agency, would you have been upset? I mean, maybe they fiddle around at day 3, the very end with some guys that sort of aren't signed or whatever. But if that was it, would you be upset? I wouldn't. Like, great. You got your quarterback and you got a guard now, and you got your swing tackle. Now go into the draft and sort of do everything else that you got to do. I wouldn't be that mad. Spend a bunch of money. I just don't want a repeat of the year they brought in the 3-0s instead of the guy that was actually good. Stop spending 4 quarters instead of $1.
Well, and a lot of people on the text line are pointing out that the Vikings and the Bears can spend more money there because they have these quarterbacks on rookie deals. But I think what you were saying earlier is fine. Then get a cheaper quarterback.
You could have done that. You could have gone down that road. You could have done that.
You don't want them to do this in-between thing.
Yeah, that's the thing that's hard. You can't play both sides of that. All right. We'll get Brock's reaction to this coming up in a moment, and we'll probably play some more Natalie Imbruglia. Stick around. It's coming up next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One, unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One, unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Mariners opening day is on deck. Don't miss the festivities at T-Mobile Park on March 27th, including a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues all week with Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and a Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway March 31st to April 2nd. Lock in your seats today at Mariners.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, good morning, Brock. Sam Darnold signed with the Seahawks soon after we jumped off the air yesterday. How do you feel?
Yeah, I felt like when we were done talking, like this is going to happen. This has to happen. This just makes too much sense. Checks too many boxes, and I could not wrap my arms around any of these other guys. I know we mentioned Zach Wilson. He signs a 1-year, $8 million deal in Miami. We mentioned Daniel Jones still on the market. Mentioned Justin Fields, 2 years, 40, 30 guaranteed in New York. It just... Yeah, if you're going to move on from Geno and all that experience and all that he brings to the table, then you need to bring somebody in that at least for a season could certainly match that. So I would say content. How do I feel? I feel content.
Okay.
And I feel like, once again, Mike McDonald is shaping this team in the image that he wants it to.
That part I would definitely agree with, and that's probably the best news here. I'm glad you're content. I don't think I could quite say I'm there. I really think I see positives and negatives here, and I do find myself torn.
He's, American, British, Australian.
That's
It's hard.
That's right.
Yeah.
All these Englishmen, they're like soccer coaches, especially in worship music. All of a sudden I hear an interview with them. I'm like, what is that? Who is that? It's not what you sound like when you sing.
That's adding dirty. What's going on there?
Exactly.
I think she's from Australia. You'd have to look it up. But anyway.
So you're all out of sorts? Is that what you are?
I'm just torn, Brock. I'm feeling a little torn. I spent all night lying naked on the floor like poor Natalie. There are things I love. Yeah, great for Heather loved it, let me tell you. There are things I love. I like the price. Right? You're not spending that much money, and I love the contract that gives you the opportunity to move on pretty quickly if you don't like it and it doesn't work, and you find the right guy next year. I like the leadership and the relationships with the teammates. I mean, again, we don't know it for sure, but I think what you've pointed out many times of some of the uniqueness of seeing the way his teammates related to him in Minnesota last year compared with some of what was under the hood with Geno Smith here, I think that's a step in the right direction and probably makes him a lot lower maintenance than the guy who carried a grudge from last year's negotiation all the way through to this year's to the point where he wouldn't even really talk to them.
Yep.
That's good. I like that.
Totally fair. You like a guy that's been on 5 teams?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some things I really don't like here. I don't like the fumbles. It's been with him since college. I don't like his limited rushing yards. For all the talk of how he can run, he doesn't very much or very well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love that there's kind of a high floor, limited ceiling with him. I don't see the possibility for greatness, dominance, elite quarterback play. But, again, he's not going to be bad in all likelihood after what you saw last year, although obviously he had some years before that where he was. So, again, he might end up keeping you. Here's the fear. Just don't keep you in the good zone, right? Just don't be good. Don't be mediocre. Don't be middle of the pack. Either repeat what you did last year, be top 10 in MVP voting, or regress and go back to being what you were at the beginning of your career where you were a bad quarterback. Either of those things would be fine with me. Just don't be good. That would be kind of a mess.
Well, once again, don't be kind of stuck in the middle, right? And this is a little bit of what we mentioned yesterday in the fervor of all the emotions and transactions and everything else is I think there's a lot of excitement when you deconstruct something, right? When there's in that deconstruction mode and you're tearing apart your house and you're, get to remodel and I get to do this and this is going to be great. Or, I'm saving all this money in my budget. I'm deconstructing some of my budget so we can go on this amazing trip. And when you reconstruct things, what does it really look like once that emotion calms down? What does my receiver room this morning really look like? It's JSN and Bobo and Derek. There's a lot of construction. There's a lot of construction, right, that's got to happen, this offensive line.
But construction's fun as long as you do it with a plan. And I think you're right. Getting stuck in the middle, Brock, not what you're looking for. Wow. Don't be there. Don't be
one thing
in
you
the middle
one
with
thing
Sam
you have
Darnold.
to add, I would say one thing you have to add to your list of what you like about this is A, 27, but more importantly, B, he knows this system inside and out. I think you've got to add that.
So explain that part.
Well, he's going to walk in day number one, and he's going to sit with Clint Kubiak and these 52 run game coordinators and advisors and analysts, and be like, yeah, I got that. Yep, we're going to check to this. Yep, that safety rolls down. Yep, I'm going to look to. Yep, I know exactly all of the language. So you talk about kind of being the tip of the spear and being able to with a new offensive coordinator. And man, we have limited reps, and we got to get this thing going, and we got to you can do that in a hurry because this guy was in it in San Francisco with Clint, and more importantly, played at a very high level in it last year in Minnesota. Knows what it looks like. Knows what it should play like. That was, I think, one of the advantages being around guys like Peyton and certainly Matt Hasselbeck is, man, they spent all these years in this system and there was just such comfort. Like, golly, they know this thing inside and out. And why am I still struggling at times to learn the language and always feeling like I'm playing catch up? Well, they don't have a year in it or 2 years. They got so many years, so well versed in it and so comfortable in it. And I think you've got to add that to your list of what you really do like. If he was learning his 1, 2, 3, 4, if he was learning system 6 or 7 and he was starting at the ground level, right, with a Ryan Grubb, I don't know if I would be quite as excited as somebody that's going to bring some years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, I think that's right.
In this.
Yeah, and at 27 and with some of the ups and downs he's had in his career, one thing we've been learning over the last few seasons is that seems to be helping some of these quarterbacks, right? When you give them a second or third chance and you find the right system for them and they've seen enough of it before, as long as they're not overcooked, right? As long as they've been undercooked and not overcooked, you can always kind of throw them back in the oven for a little bit longer and see if you can get them to the ideal temperature. The problem is once they get overcooked, there's nothing you can do, right? It's like getting a steak. You order a steak and it comes out too rare, you can always send it back for a couple minutes. Hey, appreciate this. Just could use it like I'm looking for a little more medium rare. Okay, fine. They send it back for a minute or two, comes back. It's perfect. Yeah. You get a steak that's well done.
You get the Dave Pridemore butterfly well done.
Just disgusting, Dave.
Just don't even eat it.
The butterfly well done steak he would order at steakhouses. Did everything but ask for ketchup with it. But you get that and you're looking for medium rare? I got to go make you a new steak. Like you got to throw that thing out. It's unusable. You can't undo it. And so I don't, last year showed that he's not the butterfly well done overcooked steak. The question is he choice? Is he prime? Is he dry aged? Is he Wagyu?
So we're going music and steak out the gate today.
Yeah, music and steak today,
Okay,
Brock.
yeah, I
that's what's on the mind.
That's a winner dinner for me.
Yeah.
Not even chicken dinner. Nope, I like that.
It's winner steak dinner. Yeah, so I'll put it all together, Brock, and I'm torn. Now, use those savings to really improve your offensive line, and I feel great.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, can't do that because it's just no way. You just can't possibly improve. They can't go get any of these guys, Brock. Dahlman, you can't do it. He can't pass block, so you just can't do it. Just can't be done. Ryan Kelly, he's just too hurt. You just can't bring him in. He's been too hurt. Who else? Will Fries? Yeah.
Where'd he end up?
Yeah, he ended up in Minnesota this morning, $17.5 million. It's just too expensive. Guy's been hurt. Can't possibly do it. Can't bring him in. Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't bring that guy in, Brock. Nobody would. Minnesota did? Yeah, I'm not. But nobody would do that. It's overpriced. It's overspent. Can't do it. Who's left? Kevin Zeitler is too old. This is too old. There's no way, Brock. You don't want Kevin Zeitler. He's too old.
Yep.
You don't want Will Hernandez, right?
Well, he can't really move.
Exactly. The poor guy is like a rock.
Yeah, let's circle in on Tevin James.
Yeah, let's go back to the guy who was with the Bears last year, who they let go so that they could improve their interior offensive line and bring in 3 new players, something nobody could do. It's too hard. Just can't be done.
Hey, Ernest Jones got traded by 2 teams last year.
That's
He's
right.
pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, Damian Lewis, we didn't sign. It was a terrible offensive line in Seattle. I had a pretty good year in Carolina.
All right.
It can happen,
It
right?
can.
You can go places and it can happen.
And it's happened here many, many, many times. They just keep bringing in stray offensive linemen, Brock, off the street and turning them into stars. It's like a factory they've got here. It's like a Willy Wonka machine or something. You walk in, lousy, you leave, and you're great.
Can you just play music?
It's unbelievable.
Caffeine this morning?
I had a little bit, just a little.
Rabbit hole during that
As I
segment.
should, yeah.
She's married to the singer of an Australian band named Silverchair.
Oh, she's married to that guy?
I listened to some music.
Did you
it
listen
sounds
to
like
Tomorrow?
Creed. It sounds like Creed.
It's about 10 years before Creed. It's sort of like 1995-ish. Silverchair. He was super young when they came out.
Interesting.
Tomorrow. You know the song Tomorrow, right?
No,
We don't know what to do, my boy. I
know it
my
now.
Boy, wait till tomorrow. Yeah, it's sort of Pearl Jammy. We'll come right back with everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
It's happened. Gino has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a 3rd-round pick in the upcoming 2025 draft. On his way to Vegas to be reunited with his former head coach, Pete Carroll.
Wow. I did not see this coming.
No.
And
you're shocked.
I am. I just thought that this was a given.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149
For tax prep that's $149 or less. Hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Something amazing is happening at work. Innovative tools are helping people do better work. That's because CDW configuration specialists are multiplying productivity with Microsoft Windows 11 Pro Surface devices. Built-in security, flexibility, and simplified management streamline tasks so your team can get more done. Microsoft and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/surface.
Build your business with a partner you can trust. The Home Depot. When you join Pro Extra, you get lower than shelf pricing and dedicated support to help you streamline your business and stay on budget. Get dedicated pro support for supply sourcing, custom orders, large equipment rentals, and more. At the Home Depot, we supply the support your job needs with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot. How pros get more done.
If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law, where we help all types of injury victims like Cynthia, who was T-boned by a truck.
The airbag shattered bones in my hand. I called Warrior Injury Law and was very happy with the outcome. Rob has integrity. He cares about people. He cares about his clients. I knew that I could trust Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. The treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Seahawks found themselves a quarterback very quickly, Brock. They went just a couple days without anyone in that QB1 spot, and then yesterday, Sam Darnold was signed to take over. He gets just over $100 million, 55 of which will be guaranteed to come to Seattle. And who is he? Pete Bursich is on Vikings radio, and he joined Wyman and Bob yesterday. Here's who Sam Darnold is.
Sam Darnold is a very strong-armed, very accurate quarterback. There were many a time that he hit Jordan Addison on a 10-yard out, a speed out, or a deep comeback from one hash mark all the way across the field and got the football exactly where it needed to be. You know, we saw him get a little touch on the football as the season went on. So from a tool standpoint, he has everything that you could possibly want, which is why he was a first-round draft pick. But we were able to see him, I think, during the season, put a lot of that together.
You know, it's interesting, Salk, just listening to that, thinking back to actually the only thing I watched at the Pro Bowl was the QB competition, where they try to hit different targets and kind of accuracy and velocity and all of that. And Orlovsky's there watching it, and he's spot on. Like, Baker can really spin a football. Geno Smith can really spin a football. Sam Darnold can really spin a football. Now, each of those brings different attributes, some different strengths and weaknesses. Baker's got a little more charisma and movement. You know, Geno's got some clutch gene at the end of it, and you know, I think that's where Sam contractually falls right in line with really what these two guys have gotten in their last couple deals. You know, I told you this would not be a 3-year, $120 million, $40. No, it really is a 2-year, $57 million deal. You know, and they're going to get a chance, and is not going to preclude them from drafting a quarterback in this class or the following class or anything. I think it's a pretty friendly deal where, well, if he does what Geno does as far as return on investment, it'll be very, very team-friendly.
Well, spending that kind of money on Darnold obviously would have been unthinkable a year ago. He resurrected his career last season, had really a good year, completed 66% of the passes, which was not quite at Geno's 70%. Where the big difference is that touchdown to interception ratio. 35-12 for Darnold, 21-15 for Geno Smith. So 14 more touchdowns, almost an extra touchdown per game, and 3 fewer interceptions during that time. If you're looking for a belief that this is an upgrade, that's definitely what you're going to point to.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, they dipped their toes into the offensive line market last night, Brock. They bring in a kind of a George Fant replacement as a swing tackle. Josh Jones shows up from the Ravens. He can move inside if he has to, but in all likelihood, not the kind of guy that you want starting. The question is, are you going to be able to find a starting interior offensive lineman? The 2 biggest centers are off the board. That happened yesterday. And then early this morning, the biggest guard name went off the board as well, as the person most linked to the Seahawks, Will Fries, signs in Minnesota for $17.5 million a year.
Yeah, big money. Biggest money of, I think, any of the free agent offensive linemen. Obviously, the guard from Kansas City is going to get franchised, and we'll see if Trey Smith get that deal done. It's going to be more than that. But that's a lot of cheese for a guy that started 30 games in his career there in Indy and coming off a pretty significant injury. And, yes, that was Target. That was a guy that, you know, there's no question the Seahawks were in on. Ultimately, he chooses to play with his buddy, the center, Ryan Kelly, that also goes to Minnesota from Indy, and they'll get to play right in the middle of that offensive line.
Would you rather have Ryan Kelly and Will Fries or Sam Darnold?
I mean, just totally, you got to get the quarterback, right? You've got to get the quarterback. It really does not matter what you have.
Did you have to get the quarterback this year?
Well, you need somebody to play when you move on from Geno, yes. And as Sam showed you last year, that I'm not buying this limited ceiling. What did you say? 35 touchdowns, 12 picks? Yeah, that's not a limited ceiling. 35 touchdowns in this league is not a limited ceiling. I think, sign me up for somebody that throws 30-plus touchdowns a year.
All right.
Sign me up for that guy.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Elsewhere in the NFL yesterday, just crazy day, right? So the Niners are going to look very different. They lose 7 players. Bunch of big-time names. Dre Greenlaw, Tafunga, Shavarius Ward all move on. They've already traded Debo. They're likely going to move on from Kyle Juszczyk, so they're going to look pretty different. Justin Fields, as you said, goes to the Jets for 2 years, $40. Zach Wilson will back up Tua in Miami. Aaron Rodgers should find a home today, probably in Pittsburgh. Broncos improved their defense. Patriots added a lot, including Milton Williams. So, big day yesterday. Anything jump out to you?
Yeah, I'd say what the Vikings have done yesterday and into today. So get Kelly yesterday, get the guard today, get Jonathan Allen, the defensive tackle.
Sheesh.
Yeah, they very much went that Philadelphia blueprint and did it with some veteran guys at the line of scrimmage.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Good news, bad news yesterday for the Mariners. Good news, Mitch Garver keeps hitting. Bad news, he then got hit on the hand with a pitch, left the game. Dan Wilson not sure where he's at.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything specific yet. Obviously went to get an X-ray on that kind of the hand wrist area on the right hand. Haven't heard anything yet, and he's clearly swinging the bat very, very well. He's in a really good spot, so we're really hoping for the best there.
He had another home run yesterday, Brock. He's got an OPS north of 1,400.
Did I see on your notes? Did I see a little stats conversation there?
Well, I'm gonna throw you some spring training numbers, and I'm curious if you can guess who had them.
Oh, good.
Over the last couple of years.
Over the last couple of years.
Yeah, not this year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, hopefully you haven't looked at this at all. I don't want you cheating or anything.
I did not look, over the last few years. I looked at the Mariners' just kind of current status the other day.
Yeah, no, this isn't about this year. This is some stuff that you've seen in the past.
Okay.
And I'm curious.
And how predictive or non-predictive
That's exactly right.
Oh,
Mariners off today.
Yeah.
Royals tomorrow. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We'll do that at 8 o'clock.
Aren't we like 2 weeks away from opening day? Like 2 weeks from Thursday?
That sounds right. Yes.
2 weeks from
2 weeks from Thursday.
This spring training feels like it's going fast.
Yeah.
Maybe because we were there, and then the boys, jumped right back down there, Bob and Dave, last week. And, man, this thing is just off day today. And then, literally 2 weeks from tomorrow, they travel for opening day.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Good. I'm ready to try. I mean, they'll be here for opening day, which is even more fun. Love a little home opener opening day. That's fun. Brock.
Yes, Michael.
Maura once said something about K9. Perhaps you remember it. She asked who was talking about him.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Have you seen Ken Walker?
Have you seen Ken Walker?
It was Aaron Andrews who said who's talking.
Oh, that's right.
About you.
Darn, I confused the two.
Yeah,
All
no,
along,
that's okay.
I was thinking it was Maura.
No. She said, have you seen
Yeah, you're right.
Ken
Sorry,
Walker?
Maura, you're off the hook. This wasn't you. I kept thinking it was you, but it's Aaron Andrews.
Well, it was the same tone. It was like the same kind of...
It was sort of the same tone.
Who's talking about you? Like,
have you seen Ken Walker?
Yeah, like
who's talking about you? No, the who's talking about you was much more Valley Girlish. Who's talking about? Yeah, she said it in a weird way.
Who was talking about you?
Crabtree. Oh, man. Obviously, how could you not know? All right, well, who's talking about you or us or Sam Darnold or the Seahawks? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Breaking news.
The Seahawks have their quarterback. ESPN's Adam Schefter says former Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold reached an agreement today on a 3-year, $100.5 million contract with Seattle. Bump, your immediate reaction.
Let's get it. Got our quarterback, man. A quarterback who fits this offense and what we think this offense is going to be. This was priority number one, was to get Sam Darnold.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis. Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
Oh, luxury, elegance, comfort, all of it awaits at Snoqualmie Casino. This summer, you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and the best entertainment, all by combining that effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Talking about the new hotel opening up this summer with the signature suites, grand suites, all the king, 2-queen, premium, deluxe rooms, the whole deal. Destination spa, check. 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, check. New food venues and restaurants, check. It's going to be awesome. For more details, visit snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
It is that time of year, homeowners. You start thinking about that roof with all of the rain and probably snow coming, and you wonder, do I need a new roof? Do I need a repair? Or even what is happening up there? Well, I was thinking the same thing, so I had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection for me, and they were extremely professional. The communication was great every step of the way, and the best part is they sent me a detailed report with pictures showing me what they saw and gave me their recommendations. And what you really need is an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on my side. Allow them to work for you too, especially if your home is surrounded by trees like mine is, which leads to the moss growth that was happening. Your roof is supposed to last upwards of 20 years, so a yearly inspection is a very small price to pay for adding to the lifespan of your roof, saving you big money down the road and giving you peace of mind. Find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Who's talking about you, Brock? Who's talking about us? Who's talking about Sam Darnold? I've got a whole bunch of sound from all over the map yesterday. Wow, is this a polarizing person, polarizing signing? Just the whole thing seems to hit people very, very differently. I think that's probably why I started off by saying that I was torn, much like Natalie Imbruglia. We do have, Aaron Andrews.
Who was talking about you?
Thank you, Aaron. And we've got a lot of people who have been talking about you.
I saw her answer a question about that interview later on, where she said if she could redo it, she wished she could do that a little different.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I actually thought it was good because most people did not know who was being referenced. She knew because she had heard some smoke about it earlier in the week. But
I'm sure that what she feels bad about or would like to change was her tone, not the question itself.
That's fair.
Because Erin is, I mean, I've been around Erin Andrews in locker rooms, clubhouses before. She is professional. She is articulate. She's awesome. And there's a reason she's been at the top of that game for 20, 25 years now. I mean, she's really good.
Definitely.
In that moment, she doesn't sound like the smart person that I know her to be. It's just the tone, the way it came out.
Well, I don't think it helped the way that Richard yelled at her.
No, of course not. He's crazy person.
Don't you talk about me?
She's like, who's talking about you?
About you.
Good for her, man. It led to an iconic moment. So,
Sure did.
But I get it. I can understand why she probably would like a second chance on that one. All right, you want to know who's talking about you? Let's. I'll go down the list, Brock. You want good? Here's Colin Cowherd.
Sam Darnold, 3 years, $110 million deal with the Seahawks. So he's 6 months younger than Joe Burrow, 5 months younger than Lamar Jackson, a year younger than Josh Allen. He got a Baker Mayfield contract. You know, Geno wanted $10 million more than this, and I think Darnold's better than Geno. They got a quarterback for slightly more than DK Metcalf would have cost him. That's good GMing. This guy's $35-36 million, and he touches the ball every offensive snap. And he's still in his prime, and he doesn't cause any headaches.
All right, so there's a lot of wipes and camera clicks and everything else going on there, but
value. Good value.
Good value.
Very hard to argue value.
Colin loves them.
Yep.
Here's Greg Rosenthal, NFL Insider.
But one thing they haven't thought about. Okay. Geno Smith is better at football. The sport of football. So when he throws the ball, it goes exactly where he wants it to go. Before the play starts, Geno Smith gets a picture in his head, and after the play starts, he has an even clearer picture in his head, and he's very smart at understanding what is happening out there on the football field. I question whether Sam Darnold does that as well, but I do understand with the change in the system, that was the one part of the equation that for Seattle in a vacuum, it does make sense, but we don't live in a vacuum. Geno Smith is better.
So that's the other side of the coin. Greg Rosenthal says, yeah, Sam might be better at some things, but what Geno's better at is football.
Yeah, that I will be curious to kind of learn about that, to watch that, to study it, to opine about it with Sam Darnold, that ability to process. That's what he's talking about. And Geno was a good processor. Some of the decision-making and where the ball ended up last year, especially in big moments and situational football, not great in the red zone. But as far as, hey, here's the coverage, here's what I'm looking at, let me process this thing, he had a pretty clear conviction, that being Geno, of where to go with the ball in multiple systems. That's kind of been the knock. It certainly was in New York, where Sam was seeing ghosts, where the game was sped up on him. Carolina was not. It was just a kind of a murky program all the way around. And if you're going to buy it and you're going to talk good about him, you're going to say, well, now he's got the system and the fit that really plays to his strengths.
And he's been in the league long enough to
yes.
start to understand these things. And there does seem to be, and this one I will definitely put in the Sam Darnold category, something about being in this league for a little while, that it just does take time to figure out how fast it moves and how quickly you've got to see everything. And those 10,000 hours.
It's a real deal, man.
College isn't enough to give you the 10,000 hours you need to have success in the NFL. The Jaden Daniels who do it right away are crazy. Like, it's just they're on another level entirely, and it's why they should be celebrated even more probably than they are. But it's not abnormal for good quarterbacks to take a little while to figure it out.
Yes. Yes. Think of the difference, Salk, in your philosophy class by your fifth year at Pomona versus your first year.
I don't know.
Huh?
That's kind of the same.
Was it?
Yeah, I don't know. What do you mean fifth year? You
You
think
went
I went
fifth
to
year?
5 years? Nobody does 5 years at Pomona.
Oh, I thought you redshirted with your football season.
Get the heck out of here. Nobody
No?
does 5 years at Pomona.
How many weeks did you last again with football?
Weeks?
Yes.
What do you mean weeks? I didn't make it 1 week. 3 days.
You didn't make it 1 week?
3 days of 3 days.
3 days of 3 days.
Yep.
And you said, I got to go smoke.
I'm out. 3 days of 3 days in 115-degree heat. I was like, I don't want to do this. This is awful. This isn't the life that I want for myself. I'm moving on. And I just wanted to find a good situation for me. Joe Fortenbaugh, who's a friend of the show, says that Sam Darnold must not have had much of a market if he chose Seattle.
Think about if you're Darnold, where you just chose to go. Of all the options that are out there of teams looking for quarterbacks, you chose a team that just got rid of everybody. The team you picked was the team that said, we don't care. I find it hard to believe anybody was seriously pursuing him, given the fact that he just chose one of the worst possible landing spots for a quarterback in the NFL right now.
Is that what's happening here? I mean, look, Joe's a really smart guy who we've talked to over the years. He's gotten real into the whole betting thing, right? Remember, he worked in Vegas for a long time. And yeah, that's his show on ESPN radio. And he basically says the Seahawks don't care.
Because of Tyler and DK. You lose everybody. You lose Tyler and DK. Tyler, that was, I think by all accounts, and the market has kind of shown that, right? There's not been a big market for Tyler out there. Probably ends up in Dallas. Who knows? Maybe Vegas.
It is hard to have a big market when you're a run-after-catch slot receiver who doesn't run after the catch anymore.
That's right. So that's kind of a hard one. And
it was a hard take.
Why would he pick Seattle over the Jets? I don't know. Who's done well with the Jets since Joe Willie Namath? Do you want to go to the New York Giants and play with that crew and that dysfunction with that front office? You want to go to Pittsburgh and get yelled at by Mike Tomlin and play in, kind of a, a run heavy, run off.
I mean, that's what they're going to do here.
No, they're gonna be a run offense here. They're gonna be a run play action offense. They're gonna be, I think, a little bit more diverse. Okay. I don't know. I mean, it's Pittsburgh and Seattle, and he chose Pittsburgh. He chose Seattle. Two quality organizations, and I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know about the whole Giants or Jets thing. I mean, I don't think I can criticize anybody for saying they didn't want to play for either of those two teams.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, and I'm not quite with them on the full view of the Seahawks, but sometimes it's helpful to kind of look around and see what they're saying elsewhere. Mina Kimes is much more invested in this team. Here's what she said on NFL Live.
You get those savings, you get the third-round draft pick, and then a quarterback who I suspect they believe is a better fit or a very good fit with Clint Kubiak's offense, which of course has some similarities to Kevin O'Connell's in Minnesota. That logic I agree with and I understand, maybe not the upgrade part, but I understand it. Where I'm skeptical, however, is as good as Sam Darnold was last year, you saw he is what I call a pressure-sensitive quarterback. When cut clean, top 10 in QBR, CPOE, all of it. When under pressure, drops to bottom 10. The Seahawks offensive line has been a problem now for the better part of a decade. The interior offensive line, to me, has to be significantly improved for this bet to pay off.
Well, and Brock, with the money you're saving from Geno to him, you can go sign Will Fries. Oh, wait a minute. Minnesota did that. Sorry.
Yeah.
How's that going to happen?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see in this draft. We'll see.
I don't want to hear the draft. I'm sorry, man. I don't want to hear the draft for this.
Why not?
Because the draft is...
Dave Lucas came in and was a difference maker as a third-round pick right away as a rookie.
It can happen.
Charles Cross came in as a difference maker.
It can happen. I don't like, and I think we've talked about this now many times.
Yeah.
I will never again count on a rookie stepping in and filling a position adequately. I'm not saying it can't happen, but the idea of counting on a rookie to do that is fool's gold, man.
Okay.
It will happen on occasion, and certainly those guys did it. But if you're banking on that happening, then I think you've made a mistake.
Yeah, you also get the Christian Hayneses of the world. With
That's
Charles
right.
Cross.
So I'm sorry, man. I can't do that. I can't. I think you need something of a veteran presence heading into the draft because, quite frankly, I would prefer that they draft a defensive player at number 18. So I would really, really, really like them to find somebody. If it's not going to be Will Fries, who I keep wanting to call Will Shields, Will Fries, okay.
And it's not going to be Will Fries, and I don't think it's going to be Mekhi Becton. I've seen that's
kind
of
can't possibly have Mekhi Becton.
I mean, as far as
too successful.
As far as what you really want to do in your outside zone,
it's too big, Brock. He's too strong.
Yes,
he's too strong. The Eagles couldn't run the ball last year because he was too strong. He couldn't possibly succeed here at guard. Doesn't even make sense. I don't know why anybody would bring up the name Mekhi Becton. Obviously, the Eagles couldn't run the ball last year. Obviously, the right side of that offensive line was bad. Obviously, Mekhi Becton is too big, too strong, too physical, and he can't possibly play here. No chance. Don't want him. Don't want Mekhi Becton or Will Fries or Ryan Kelly or Drew Dahlman. Don't want any of them, Brock. They're all too something.
Yep. This is Silverchair?
Silverchair. Kid was 14 when he sang this.
No, he was not.
Yeah, he was.
Is Titus his age?
He had pipes, dude. This is 1995, so like 3-4 years after Pearl Jam came out. I think there were a lot of folks who thought this was just, the next, kind of like they thought that of Stone Temple Pilots and a few others.
Yeah, it sounds like Stone Temple Pilots.
It does have a very, STP sound to it. He's good, though.
I don't remember this at all.
Oh, really? It was
95?
a huge hit. Yeah, huge hit.
Oh, interesting.
And then their follow-up to this on the same album was Pure Massacre, which is also a decent song.
Wow.
All right, you want some more?
Yeah,
Who's
give me
talking
some more.
about you?
Yeah, give me some more, Aaron.
All right, let me give you some more Aaron Andrews to get you back in the mood.
Who was talking about you?
All right, Chris Sims was talking about you on Unbuttoned.
They're not like rebuilding like we might look at some other teams. They're like reallocating. That's what I kind of look at it. Going, hey, the team had been set up like this. We don't want it, and I don't want it set up like that. I'm Mike McDonald. I'd like it to be a little more set up through this lens, and I think they're just trying to get to that. Right, where we talked about the defense, improving the all-line. We're not going to make it about our receivers and passing the football. Yep. Mike McDonald's like, screw that. I want to run it up the middle like I just saw the Ravens and Derrick Henry do it. That's the kind of football I want to play.
Yeah, I'd agree with all of that. But now you actually have to go do that, which is why the fact that, like, well, why doesn't Mekhi Becton fit? Why doesn't Drew Dahlman fit? Why don't any of these guys fit? If that's what you're trying to do to not rebuild but reallocate, well, start allocating.
Yeah, I understand. I totally. I don't know what you know. It's like you're yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just upset.
At the clouds,
I'm just
yelling
upset.
at the audience. Like
Here's the thing, Brock. They may end up getting a guard. Maybe it'll be the guy that Chicago didn't want. Maybe it'll be Will Hernandez. Maybe it'll be Kevin Zeitler. I mean, there's still guys out there who can play the position. I was really hoping for like a tier 1 first day guards. Like, make it a priority. Don't get the leftovers. We did the leftovers thing in 2020. They could have had Jack Conklin instead. They decided to get 3/4 instead of $1. And it turned out to be worth about 3 cents. BJ Finney and Art Shell's kid, Brandon Shell, and what was the other guy? They were Kyle Fuller. They brought in a bunch of chumps. None of those guys could play. They were all awful. That's not how you do this. You need to bring in actual talent on the offensive line. They've been unable to do that in the interior of it for forever.
So here's the challenge. Herein is honestly the challenge for Mina Kimes, for you, for most Seahawk fans, and I totally understand it. The challenge is that is the perception. You got to fix it, and you just got to throw money at it, and money will fix the problem. If they're new people, if Rick Dennison and Becton and their run game analyst and Clint Kubiak are like, yeah, these guys, I get it. That's not, Sean Payton likes to say, that's not my hump like a camel. Like that's the past. That's not my hill to die on. That's not my mountain of history. I'm here now, and this is what I want now. And, those guys, they don't fit with what I want to do now. So I don't care. I don't care that that's been the history, and I don't care that that's been the perception. Like the new sheriff is in town, and the new sheriff
new sheriff wants the 7th best guard who's available in free agency.
What if the new sheriff says, actually, that Christian Haynes guy, you guys screwed him last year. This system didn't fit him last year.
Right.
I get it. You're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt because for 10 years,
that's right,
you haven't gotten the benefit.
That's right.
But this new regime,
because we watched Christian Haynes. Oh, wait a minute. No, we didn't. He couldn't get on the field because there were too many undrafted guys ahead of him.
No, Laumea was a 6th round.
Oh, excuse me.
Bradford was a 4th round.
Jalen Sundell, though, was definitely a top kind of guy who you got to make sure you get him out on the field.
He was a center.
Stop it, Brock. Just stop. Just stop. Go get a guard. Stop messing around.
Easy.
Stop messing around.
419 is blaming you. They said, Salk, this is why everyone was mad at you. You really thought getting rid of Geno and DK would lead directly to investment in the O-line. John was never going to do that.
Okay, here we go. Blue 88. Blue 88. Hut, hut.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88. Blue 88. Hut, hut.
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Seriously, you know what happened with me? I had such a good cadence. If you just think about my cadence.
You've said that before.
Golly. If the rest of my game was as good as my cadence, Salk,
if only.
I wouldn't be doing this.
You know what
today.
I did yesterday? I threw football yesterday with Avery.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Went fine for me.
A little smaller ball, right?
Yeah, a little smaller ball, and it wasn't that well inflated, so it was helpful for me to throw it.
She still doesn't want any help
Deflate
from
game?
Brock.
No, I asked her. I was like, "Hey, do you want me to film you throwing? I can send it to Brock." No.
Yeah.
Okay, the man's a professional quarterback. Like, he could probably help you. No. Okay. Fine. She was catching it pretty well, though.
So she just wants self, too, to kind of grow and develop.
I was
she
thinking,
doesn't
honestly,
want
Brock,
any teaching.
I was
Yes.
thinking all about that. I was
That's
like,
right.
oh, just throw. Just, whatever makes you happy.
Yes.
Then she put her hands on the middle of the laces, straight,
right.
and threw it. And I was like,
that's
all
all
right,
right.
well, maybe self, too, might need a little coaching from the outside. All right, Brock, question number 1. Hey, which offensive lineman would you like to take off the offensive line tree now that Will Fries and all the other top guys are gone?
Yeah, I do think Tevin Jenkins, just from a skill set standpoint, if we're just going to get to the nitty gritty football 101 and say, okay, kind of skill set wise, Will Hernandez is a big brawler. Right, Mekhi Becton did. He fit in with 4 great linemen all around him, and did obviously was a people mover and an athletic guy, and I understand it. Your eyes saw it. Your eyes saw it in the Super Bowl of him decleating people and getting downfield. So I understand why you might clamor for him. But I think the guy that fits is Tevin Jenkins. And former second-round pick, highly thought of out of Oklahoma State, athletic guy, super strong guy, still got some movement and some quickness, which you need in this system. And I don't know why I sound like Mel Kiper right now, but I sound like Mel Kiper right now. Maybe because Todd McShay, Todd's going to join us in 35 minutes. But from a skill set standpoint, Will Fries was number 1 and got paid a king's ransom to go to Minnesota. That's number 1. He's off the board, so you got to pivot. And I think number 2 would be Tevin Jenkins, and hopefully they can bring that experience, athleticism, size, and strength to that left guard position.
I'm still thinking about Mekhi Becton. Question number 2. Kyle Juszczyk's going to be available, Brock. Any interest in, I would call him the best fullback in football over the last decade, but really he's been the only fullback in football for the last decade.
Yeah.
Consistently. Any interest? Do you have anything left?
So good news, bad news. Good news, Seahawks are interested in a fullback.
Yes.
And they're going to find one in the draft. Bad news, if you want to Kyle Juszczyk, it's not going to happen. 34, they played against him. There's a reason that San Fran has moved on from some of these guys. Some of them are cap casualties, and they just don't have the budget anymore after spending on Debo and Ayuk and all the rest of them, and having to budget for Brock Purdy at, I don't know, whatever that number is going to get out to be. But at 34, we don't watch Juszczyk like we watch Tyler Lockett.
Right.
We don't see them. We're not around it. We don't watch every play. We played against him, and he was still a capable guy. But as far as having enough in the tank for what they're going to ask that position to do, it's not going to happen in Seattle. But they will find somebody, probably late draft. That's going to be a priority for them. I'm kind of excited to see who will fit that mold.
All right, question number 3.
By the way, that's not going to be that 300-pound guard from North Carolina or the
No?
other guy. No.
What's the guy that DJ liked?
No, not going to be him. It's going to be somebody that's, played, that has some instincts. That's a very, very physical, kind of halfbacky kind of guy. Think of the old Bronco. What was his name? Olandis Gary.
He
Remember
turned out to
Olandis?
be an actual running back.
He was, but he was
Rushed
also
for 1,000 yards.
Yeah, but he also came up into that gap and knocked your lights out. So think of somebody kind of along.
Who's your favorite fullback ever? Other than Max Strong, take Mac out of it. Who's your favorite fullback ever?
Lorenzo Neal was just a human hammer.
Yeah, he was pretty good.
She was like Sam Darnold's grandpa.
Do you remember, was it Larry Centers? The Cardinals?
Yeah, he was a super
versatile
athletic fullback.
Right.
There's no name like Sam Gash.
Right. Sam Gash
you want
was
a
good.
Fullback, Sam Gash.
How about the fact that those Patriots teams had 2 fullbacks? They had Sam Gash and Kevin Turner because there were different sometimes you need a blocking fullback, sometimes you need a receiving fullback.
You know who else was a pretty good fullback?
What a different world.
And along these lines of this conversation,
Maurice
as far
Carthon.
as what they're looking for, Mike Robb. This is what I'm talking about. Mike Robb was a quarterback / halfback / fullback. That guy that just kind of had a feel and a sense for what was around him. I think that's what.
What about Will Tukufu? Brock, question 3. Who were the final suitors for DK? Why did he go to Pittsburgh?
I don't think there were too many other. Let's see. He wanted warm weather.
He says he didn't want warm weather. By the way.
He didn't.
That wasn't true.
That was a false report. It was really just New England and Pittsburgh in the end. It was really just those two in the end that, when push kind of came to shove and teams that were willing to pay $33 million a year for 4 years on extension, $150 million total. It was really, I think, kind of just those two in the end, and Pittsburgh that was willing to give him that kind of dough. As Colin Cowherd said, just a little bit more than Sam Darnold. Man, that's a lot of money for DK. And good for him. God bless him, and I absolutely have no issue and no problem with him going and getting even more of that generational wealth. But there were not many teams that were going to load up the Brinks truck for DK and pay him that kind of ransom.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. A lot of texters. Obviously, typically I enjoy Salk's cynicism, but today he's whining like Stelton. Well, it's quite a shot at Bob. That's not very nice. Mike, listen to Maura. She's right. John clearly doesn't value the interior of the offensive line. Salk, great take on the ridiculousness of addressing the O-line, but as soon as you mention the Ben Silverchair, you lose all credibility. Okay.
By the way, I was just reading a text.
Huh?
Someone said, "Listen to Maura." She's right. I was just reading a text.
That's okay. Don't pass on credit.
I think someone was listening to our convo during the last break, Brock. Somebody from the 360 texting Cam Scatterbo.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I would love Cam
Get that jersey in a heartbeat.
Gosh, if he falls like to the 4th round because he runs 4.68 at his Arizona State Pro Day, sign me up for Cam Scatterbo. Love that.
I'd be so fired up.
But what is it with him shaking his head? What did we figure out, Lyle? What did he say? It's not Tourette's, it's OCD.
Yeah,
no, it's not OCD. It's just he doesn't like the sweat on his face. Or something.
There's some.
I don't either, man. I'm with him on that. So I play.
There's something that he wants his helmet to be perfectly like to the T in place on every play.
Helmets are the worst. So I had to wear a helmet yesterday, Brock. I played hockey yesterday for the second time.
Where did you play?
The Kraken Community Ice
nice.
Complex.
Awesome.
I was the worst player on the ice by far. By far the worst player. But I had fun. The mask and the helmet, they're so annoying. It's so hard to wear a helmet for an hour and 15 minutes after not wearing one for, 30 years. It is a that
you
is
know what
a
I
challenge.
realized, by the way? You want to know why I had such a sexy neck back in the day?
Stop.
Again, I had a great
Please
cadence and I had a super sexy neck
It's not
because I
true.
put a helmet on from my era compared to today. They're like 3 times as heavy. They were so heavy back in the day. So carrying that thing just kind
you
of
guys
built the neck muscle.
Daniel Jones has found a home.
Oh, where?
Want to take a guess?
Oh, breaking news. Dun, 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 dun.
I'm going to guess it's not back with the Giants.
Nope.
So, New Orleans.
No.
Minnesota.
No.
No, not Minnesota. Not back with them. Huh. Who do we got?
Indianapolis.
No.
Oh,
Well, they
good
did say they
for him.
wanted some a little competition there.
Competition. That's good.
Maybe now they want to trade Anthony Richardson.
Oh, you can only wonder.
I'm interested.
Man, you know what rolls off the tongue? You were talking about rolling off the tongue this morning, and you couldn't decide if Sam Darnold did. AR-15. That rolls off the tongue.
Rolls off the tongue. All right. Are you ready to be surprised and shocked and horrified when numbers lie? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Your 2 most prominent players on offense said, I want out of here.
If you ask the texters, they would say both of them have attitude problems.
We'll see what Geno signs for. If he signs for somewhere in around 40 to 45, what does that say about how he felt about Seattle?
You got to put a lot of faith in John Schneider and Mike McDonald. John said, we're not going to do anything that hurts the team. The team is number 1, the player is number 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! It's been 2 hours, Brock, since I've wished Maura a happy birthday, but it is her birthday today. I know you knew that.
I did. I did. I apologize, Maura. I didn't mention in the last hour. Happy 33rd.
Thank you so much.
I did. I did. Earlier. Did you know that, Salk? Did you look at the newsletter yesterday too?
Well, it's right here on the coffee machine, so it's easy to spot.
I appreciate that they now put it on the coffee machine because it used to be on like the stalls in the bathroom.
Yeah, that was always
weird.
It was
always just uncomfortable when someone just come out of the bathroom and be like, "Happy birthday!"
Like, thanks. You were peeing and thinking about my birthday. And Maura, of course, you were born on 3/11, which is 3/11 Day for those who celebrate the great 90s band 3/11.
Did I say she shares a birthday with Charles?
Charles is tomorrow.
Oh, Charles is tomorrow.
Charles is tomorrow. Very close to Charles. But Charles is tomorrow. All right, you guys want a little test? I hope nobody looked at the tweets. This is directly from Jason Churchill. I'm stealing from our friend Prospect Insider, but I don't think he'll mind.
Okay.
2024 stats. I'm going to give you the slash line and some stats. You tell me who the player was. Okay? This is from last year.
Last year's season?
Last year's spring training.
Well, set the table. Golly.
I just said spring training stat lines.
Okay, great.
I don't know what else you need to hear.
2024.
Cactus League stats from 2024.
Yep.
Who went 419, hit 419 with a 490 on base percentage, a 744 slugging percentage, 5 doubles, and 3 home runs.
You're not going to believe that I know this, but I know this.
You do?
Because the comedian last year totally worked on this guy. He was out pulling sleds every morning, and we're like, yes, Mitch Haniger is not only going to be the captain of this team, this dude is going to be rejuvenated as a Seattle Mariner. That would be Mitch Haniger.
Wrong.
Oh!
Sorry.
What?
Are you guessing off last year's spring training?
This is last year's spring training stats.
Yeah, he had a great spring training
2024 last year.
Yes.
Who hit 419, slugged 744 with 3 homers and 5 doubles?
I'm going to go Luke Raley.
You are incorrect.
Yeah, no, that's
the answer is no. You've already looked at these, Lyle. You don't get to weigh in.
Yeah, shut up, Lyle.
Lyle cheated. Do you know who this is?
No, because I don't remember all the names. I was going to guess Dominic Canzone.
That would be Jorge Polanco. Jorge Polanco.
Man, did he hit the cover off the ball.
419, 490, 744, 5 doubles, 3 home runs. All right, you want another one? Who hit 262, 354 on base percentage, and a 476 slugging percentage with 5 extra base hits, so an OPS over 800. But not incredible. 262, 354, 476, 5 extra base hits. JP is Brock's guess. That is incorrect.
Doggone it.
Lyle?
Hate this game.
Maura? Anybody? That would be...
Yeah.
Starting DH, now backup catcher, Mitch Garver.
Mitchie. Solid. He had solid spring.
Do we have his stats from this spring so
far? He's hitting 444
he's over 1400
with an OPS over 1400. I looked it up last night. He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Mitch Haniger.
Yes.
Oh, darn, I give it away.
Yeah, he had a great spring, did he not?
Since you mentioned him, Brock.
Yes.
385.
Yes.
442 on base, 846 slugging with 5 home runs.
Yes, there you go. Absolutely tore the cover off the ball. The new offensive coordinator last March was huge for him.
Okay, I got a couple more. How about a 159 batting average, 245 on base, 227 slug with 2 extra base hits? Who went 159, 245, 227 with a grand total of 2 extra base hits
That'd be
last
an OPS
spring?
less than 500.
That would be an OPS of about 450.
Was that our guy? Who's our guy with the bum arm shoulder that couldn't get it going? Shorter than Divish. What was his name?
Oh, Luis Urias?
Yeah.
It was not Luis
Oh,
Urias.
it wasn't Urias.
It
Off
was
the
not.
Winter League where he hit 146.
It was not Ty France. No.
I'm pretty sure this was Luke Raley. He
This
had a
is
terrible
Luke
spring last
Raley.
year. Yeah.
Guy who came up to hit in Seattle and is like the first player ever to find more power here. Luke Raley hit 159 with 2 extra base hits last spring.
Horrendous.
I'll give you one more just for fun. Who hit 295, just under the 300 mark, got on base at a 347 clip, and slugged 705 with 4 home runs?
Julio.
Was not Julio Rodriguez. No, I'm sorry, Brock. That is incorrect.
Who was it? Ty?
It was not Ty France either. In fact, Lyle guessed this guy earlier. That was Dominic Canzone, who hit 295 with a 705 slugging percentage and 4 home runs. Obviously, the point here, because Haniger was awful. I started off the year okay, but then did not have a good season. Yeah. Canzone never got it going last year at all and was not even considered to be likely to make the team this year. Polanco was, by all respects, a disaster until the very end of the season. And Mitch Garver had the worst year of his career.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Luke Raley was awesome. Yep. Spring training stats don't mean anything. Now, I don't know whether you can take anything from the fact that Garver's been going the other way and the swing looks different. Maybe there are some certain things that you can see in terms of the way they're approaching at bats and the way they're swinging and what they're doing. But obviously, when you see numbers like that, and that's just 5 players at a random season, you could do it every year. Churchill's absolutely right. You can't read much into spring training stats. Nope. Now, when Dylan Moore goes 1 of 24, is there a cause for concern? Maybe.
24.
That's obviously a lot.
But again, that's exactly what happened with Raley last year.
That's right.
Could not hit.
Couldn't hit. And then got up here and turned it on and was tremendous, obviously, for most of the season. So you don't want to overreact to too much of this. There's still a long way to go.
Do you know who had a Luke Arkins just sent me DM me because Luke and I are tight like that.
Right.
Do you know who had a 475 OPS before his breakout year in 2023? Equally hit $185, 290, slugged $185, 475 OPS in the spring of 2023 for one driveline fixed JP Crawford, who went out in the rest of 23 and just went
Sounds about
bonkers.
right. I mean, again, these numbers,
they're not predictive.
They really are not predictive in any way. Maybe there's something to the way guys are swinging, to what they're doing, to the where they're hitting the ball. But to look at these numbers and try to take too much out of them, probably a fool's errand. And thank you to Jason for pointing that out once again. All right, Mariners off today. They will get back to it tomorrow. Yesterday was sort of like fill-in day with Casey Lawrence getting the start. Interesting, though. That's sort
Bryce is throwing today, by the way, in a minor league game, just to kind of stay in that rhythm, as he talked about, making sure he ramps up and wants to be full go when the season gets started in 2 weeks and 2 days.
All right, sounds good. All right, coming up, we'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then Todd McShay will join us at 8:30. How does the Seahawks' crazy last few days affect their drafts and what they should be doing in April? We will discuss with Todd McShay at 8:30. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Anybody thinking about summer, as the days have certainly gotten longer, right? Little breaks in the weather. Well, you want to start thinking about getting out on the golf course or heading on vacation or maybe just enjoying all that the Northwest has to offer. How about making this summer one to remember? Look and feel your very best. If you start today, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend when summer gets going, sort of. Mike Salk here, 45 days. That's all it takes. Lose almost a pound each day. I lost 35 with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And I'll let you in a little secret. 45 days, they're not really even that hard. In fact, the food tastes good. There's no like crazy cardio exercise, no pills, no injections, no scary side effects. Nope, just healthy, delicious meals that you buy at the grocery store and you make for yourself at home. Just watch the pounds melt off. It's great. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com because you got nothing to lose other than like a ton of weight. Again, go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, by now you probably do know that the Seahawks have themselves a new quarterback. It'll be Sam Darnold under center when they get going in September. He will be QB1, gets just over $100 million, 55 of which is guaranteed over a 3-year contract. Again, a few years ago, nobody would have spent that kind of money on Sam Darnold, but he went out and had a great season in Minnesota, resurrected his career. Louis Riddick says he's a good fit.
This is a great fit schematically, I would believe, and that culturally it'll be a great fit for him. Now it's about the personnel, because in the end, if you don't have that, you can have all the culture you want. You have all the fit you want. Who are you throwing the ball to?
Yeah, and that is the question, right? Like, what does this offense look like when you get it all put together, and what will Darnold look like in it? Here's Steve Weish yesterday with Bump and Stacy.
I don't think you can ignore it just because it was the final 2 games, but what it did was rip the scab off of his previous 3 years when he played a lot. You know, we saw a lot of that type of production when he was with the Jets. You know, when he got pressure, he saw a ghost, so to speak, to use the terminology. But you also can't overlook how he played in those previous games. I mean, Sam Darnold has always been an incredibly gifted player, right? He can run, he can throw it, he's got unbelievable tools. And so I think that is what Seattle is looking at, and not those 2 games.
That's why he was a top 5 pick, and he can't spin a football. And when we watch him, Salk, in OTAs and minicamp, he's going to, rip spirals and throw really pretty passes and do all of that. And, yeah, kind of begs the question, like, how much of last year was because of the incredible receivers he had in Minnesota? His O-line was not great. His pressure rate there was like Geno's, especially in the interior of it, and he still was able, through play action and movement and those wonderful receivers to compensate and have he was in the MVP conversation for a big chunk of the year. Ended up being, 10th in the MVP vote when it was all said and done. And I do feel, and I said it last hour, I do feel like this is a scheme fit because he knows it, he's played in it, and, when you've had success, you know what it feels like. It's like your driver, Salk. Like when in a round what it feels like. This is what it should feel like. And then when it doesn't, you also know that. And that's not a great feeling.
I don't really know what it's supposed to feel like, unfortunately.
No, you said you played a whole round with your driver.
That's true. It was a
one-off?
It was a one-off. Okay. No, I've been doing it since. I was going to try to make a transition to what it's like to have a guard or an interior lineman that you actually want, but we don't know what that's like. For all the talk of Will Fries, Brady's been talking about him, you've been talking about him, other media folk have been talking about him.
Yep.
He's not coming here, Brock. He is going somewhere else. He goes to Minnesota to replace Sam Darnold. No, not to replace him, but in place of him, and he'll be the starting guard there instead of here.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I don't compare the two, but the Seahawks did at least find themselves sort of a George Fant swing tackle replacement. Yesterday, they get Josh Jones, a veteran from the Ravens. He was, in Arizona for a little while before that, if I'm not mistaken?
He's kind of bounced around.
Yeah. I mean, he's a swing tackle.
Yes.
Right? I mean, you're not looking at him to start games.
No.
But you got to have a swing tackle, and he's going to be your swing tackle. That's fine. Elsewhere in the NFL, everybody's finding a home. Quarterback-wise, Zach Wilson will back up Tua in Miami. Justin Fields goes to the Jets for 2 years and $40 million. Aaron Rodgers is, nowhere.
Russell?
Daniel Jones is going to be in Indianapolis. Russell Wilson is also nowhere. Where does Aaron and where does Russ end up?
Where do they end up?
One's going to end up in Pittsburgh, right? They got to have somebody.
You would think.
I mean, literally, who's their quarterback today?
And one's going to end up with the Giants?
Maybe.
I mean,
seriously, if you're the Giants, why do you want either? Or why would either of those teams want either of those guys?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I even understand what the value would be. I guess in Pittsburgh, you're saying, well, we just paid all these wide receivers. We got to have somebody to throw them the ball.
I mean, they got nobody, right? Fields is
gone, and Russell's free agent.
That's right. And where they draft in the 20s,
So what are they going to do? That's really bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
They have to sign Aaron Rodgers. Oh, and guess what? Then you're beholden to him. Great spot to be. Where you really want to be is beholden to Aaron Rodgers, because he definitely won't make you eat it. He'll definitely handle that with grace.
And I'm sure A-Rod and DK and Pickens, they will get along swimmingly.
What a combo. What a combo. The Niners are going to look very different next year. They lose 7 guys, including Dre Greenlaw and Tafanga and Ward. already lost Debo. They're going to part ways with Kyle Juszczyk. So, yeah, there's a lot going on there. We are just a couple days away now from the Rams having to make a move with Cooper Kupp.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still somewhat interested in Cooper Kupp here.
Intrigued.
Yeah, I think that would be a good fit, right?
Yeah, because he was beat up. He certainly slowed down a little bit. The big yards after catch and all that, kind of like with Tyler, not there. But there is a physical presence, right? He's a bigger guy, and his willingness and his ability to block can still be a beneficial thing with all the different ways he's been used in his career.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
And the 0-1 to Garber, swinging a high drive deep into the gap. In left center field, that ball is getting smaller and smaller, and goodbye baseball onto the berm in left center field. And Mitch Garber continues his hot hitting this spring. A 2-run blast by Garber, his third home run, and it's now the Mariners 3 and the Brewers nothing here in the top of the first inning. What a spring from Mitch Garber.
Yeah, he's been pretty ridiculous, and he was again yesterday until he got hit in the hand, and we got this update from Dan Wilson.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything specific yet. Obviously went to get an X-ray on that kind of the hand wrist area on the right hand. Haven't heard anything yet, and he's clearly swinging the bat very, very well. Is in a really good spot, so we're really hoping for the best there.
Have I ever mentioned to you how I feel about hand, wrist, and finger injuries for hitters in baseball?
Yep.
I have.
Yeah, a couple times. Incessantly,
Have I mentioned that?
Some would say almost incessantly.
So I have talked
By the
about
way,
it.
how do you not mention the first two need to knows?
Yeah, Rick.
Little Ricky, man. Little Ricky
Well,
survived.
I did at 6. You don't know
you
what
did?
you don't know what I mentioned at 6:15. You weren't here,
Right.
So appreciate that. Thanks for doing what so many of the texters do, accusing me of not doing something that I actually did,
I mean, Ricky's
or
a
vice
warrior.
versa.
Ricky's a survivor.
Rick got hit, and he got hit in the head.
Ricocheted in the back of the head.
I know. He addressed it afterwards.
And the count is 0-1 on Sundstrom. Folks, I want to let you know that, took a pretty good shot in the back of my head with a foul ball up here in the radio booth. But I'm sore, but I'm okay. Here's the next offer, swinging a foul back at the count 0-2. I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends. And I just want to let you know I'm okay. I
He's
got
okay.
a good size bump on my head, but I'm going to be okay.
Poor Ricky.
My mom always said I had a hard head, Gary, so it paid off today. I could not believe that ball got up here that quickly.
Poor guy.
Good thing they got an off day today.
Yeah. Rick can rest up.
That thing is sore today.
Oh, I bet.
Oh.
I bet that, and I bet you got a headache too, huh?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oof. No thanks.
No.
That's everything you
Ever
need
tell
to
you
know.
about the time in Little League when I ran to catch a foul ball? I was playing first base, and I run over to catch a foul ball, and all of a sudden, well, this happened to me twice in my life.
Okay.
It happened up in Squim at a summer league basketball tournament.
Okay.
In high school. I get a rebound going into my senior year, and I'm just going on full speed, and all of a sudden, bam! And I'm like, oh my gosh, did I just run into a wall? And that was like the movie Carrie, where she starts bleeding on the gym floor.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what I hit. And I kind of peeked over, and
Hit your head on the rim?
No, a guy had sliced in to try to steal the ball, and we hit foreheads.
Oh.
And that's where I got that William Wallace scar on my upper forehead up here.
nice.
Yeah, 28 stitches. Same thing in Little League. This time didn't split my head, but I was a cyborg. Right between these wide eyes, I looked like a rhino. I ran right into my catcher. Didn't see him either. So, yeah, some of the spatial awareness, not so good.
Not your favorite thing.
Not what I was looking for.
Well, I'll tell you what, then. You'd love hockey. If spatial awareness isn't your game, let me tell you, you'd love skating full speed, not knowing whatever else is coming around the bend, because that is...
You get knocked down yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
They're able to hit you in your Little League you're playing
You
in?
bounce off people, I would say. Plus, when you can't stop, you end up crashing into the boards. So that was a bit of a challenge for me also. Oh, man. Yeah, I fell down a couple times. But I'm going back, Brock. 2 weeks from yesterday. I'm going to go play again.
Icebox?
I'm going to go play again and see if I can improve, because I need a lot of improvement in order to keep doing this. Todd McShay's next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
It's happened. Gino has been traded to the Las Vegas Raiders for a third-round pick in the upcoming 2025 draft, on his way to Vegas to be reunited with his former head coach, Pete Carroll.
Wow. I did not see this coming.
No.
And
you're shocked.
I am. I just thought that this was a given.
Don't miss an hour of the show. Find the podcast at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash, 12-month financing. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com to save double today.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Kent Bowl reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports like bowling, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a safe and friendly family-oriented setting since 1958. Find out about our bowling leagues online at kentbowl.net.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Spring is here. Start your home improvement projects and save with Washington Energy's Spring Savings Event. Enhance your home with 20% off high-quality Anderson windows and enjoy energy savings as well as the modern or traditional window styles you love. For an entirely fresh look for your home, invest in beautiful interior and exterior doors from Codell. Expertly installed by Washington Energy Services and also 20% off. Great financing and service you can trust make Washington Energy Services the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Todd.
You love that, don't you? It's the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710. And yes, Todd McShay joining us now. And if you are watching on video on the stream, either on the Seattle Sports app or on YouTube or wherever you like to find that, you can see Todd McShay. Hi, Todd. Good morning.
What's up, guys? It's been a long time. Brock, Salk.
The pride of Swampscott.
Like 4 or 5 years.
The pride of Swampscott.
So, hey. Swampscott.
Swampscott. Depends who you ask.
You're trashy in the state of Massachusetts if you call it Swampscott.
Yeah, well, I'm trashy in the state of Massachusetts anyway. I think lots of people would already say that about me. Depends who you ask. All right, so good morning, Todd. What did you make of these last few days for the Seahawks? Geno out, Darnold in. What do you think?
I like it. Let me preface all of this. I think I've thought for a little while now that Geno Smith is kind of, and I don't know, Brock, if you agree, kind of criminally undervalued and underrated. With that offensive line. Yes, he's had weapons, but with that protection, like 8,000 yards the last 2 years, 41 touchdowns, whatever the numbers are. I really appreciate him as a quarterback. When I watch him and study him, I really appreciate the way he plays the game. However, you're John Schneider, right? And you're looking at the whole equation. And you've got a 34-year-old quarterback in Geno. You've got DK, who's, kind of ready to explore other options. Tyler Lockett up there in age. And you're saying to yourself, we got to get younger. We've got to get younger on the offensive side. Maybe we're not 1 year away. Maybe it's 2 years away. But we've got to rebuild this thing. And I just go back to when John took over. And I've known John for a long time. Like Jim Nagy and I worked together, the former executive director of the Senior Bowl, and they worked together. John and Jim did in Green Bay. And John grew up in an organization that believes heavily in drafting, creating the foundation, building your roster that way with the Packers. And he brought that with him to Seattle. Remember those first 4 drafts, like 2010, 11, 12, and 13?
Oh, yeah.
He had 9, 10, and 11 picks in those 4 years. Throughout his entire tenure in Seattle, only 1 year has he had fewer than 8 draft picks. That's his background, if you will. And so I look at this, and it's not because I'm sure you guys hear it. I'm sure people in Seattle are like, we're tearing this thing down. We're completely rebuilding. I don't look at it this way. I think it's smart roster management. I think it's looking for opportunity to build for the future. You just went from 34 years old to 27 at quarterback. You got rid of a quarterback who's outstanding, but you did so bringing in a quarterback who last year played to that kind of level, and the hope is he'll continue to play to that level and be able to finish the season better than he did this year. But by reducing 7 years on that quarterback, you now have a little bit of time to build this the right way. And they also, the most important thing is, in those drafts I talked about, the first 3 years as the GM, he drafted 8 Pro Bowlers with all those draft picks. And then 4 years in a row with the numbers that he had, they wound up going and winning a Super Bowl. So I think John's kind of like, let's go back to our roots. This is what we do. Let's bring in a quarterback that allows us to be younger, gives us a couple years to stack draft picks. And right now they've got 11 picks, according to my count. I think that's right. Mm-hmm. And compensatories haven't come out. And they've got 5 picks in the top 92 in a draft that's not loaded at the top, but because of NIL, some lingering effects of the COVID redshirt years, and the transfer portal. It's like this perfect storm where the depth of this class is really good in rounds 2 through 4 or 5. I think he's viewing this as an opportunity to get younger on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to focus on offensive line, wide receiver, and a few other positions.
So let's say they do all that and he nails it.
Mm-hmm.
Do they become a Super Bowl worthy kind of a roster? If and when they make the Super Bowl, is Sam Darnold their quarterback, or is it because they've also drafted along the way the next franchise quarterback for this franchise?
I view Sam Darnold, like, I think the plan was, and I haven't talked to John about this, but I would assume the plan was that they felt really strongly they could bring in Sam Darnold. And if that's plan A and they executed it, they no longer have to be in the quarterback market. Now, like any good general manager, if someone's sitting there in round 2 or 3 that you have a really high grade on and you think, let's bring him in and we'll develop him. They did that with, was it Matt Flynn, right? And Russell Wilson.
Same year.
Matt Flynn was supposed to be the guy. And then they drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. We hope that Russell Wilson can be what we hope he can, we expect him to be. But we've got Matt Flynn here too. So I don't think they would turn down an opportunity, but I truly believe they're out of the we need to draft a quarterback market. Now, had it been plan B with like an Aaron Rodgers or a different veteran, which is kind of a more bridge the gap 1 year type of deal, then absolutely we're talking about them at 18. Are they moving up? Do they like Jackson Dart from Ole Miss? Tyler Shuck, I think, is very much underrated as someone they're going to target late in the 1st, early 2nd. So that would have been the conversation. That to me is out the window because you got 7 years younger at quarterback.
5 of the top 92 picks. Todd McShay here with us this morning for the first time in way too long. 5 of the top 92. Can you find a starting plug-and-play guard and maybe another quality offensive lineman in one of those 5 of 92 picks?
I think absolutely. I mean, it's not a sexy pick, but best case might be that Tyler Booker from Alabama, the highest character player according to several personnel people I've talked to in the entire draft, if he falls to 18, but I don't know that he'll be there, and he's a guard. But that tells you if he's not there at 18 how highly regarded he is. But beyond that, like Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, who kicked out from guard his entire career to left tackle and held up pretty well this past year, would be an option early round 2. Gray Zabel from North Dakota State has a sensational. He's another North Dakota State guy, went to the Senior Bowl and blew up. Some people are talking maybe late 1st. I think he could be there somewhere in the 2nd. Marcus Bow from Purdue, a tackle, can kick into guard. Very athletic, still developing. Tate Ratledge from Georgia. There's a lot of quality guards in this class. And then some of the tackles potentially could kick inside the guard as well. I think John realized the positions we need, there's a lot of depth in rounds 2 and 3. Wide receiver, guard, tackle, and then a couple other of the spots. But I truly believe you take the best player at 18, and hopefully it fills a void. But with those 4 picks in round, what is it, 50, 52, 82, and 92?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so those are 4 really important picks for Seattle, but they're also in areas of the draft where I feel like you're getting better quality than in most years.
But, Todd, you got to understand, you talked about Geno earlier, criminally underrated, especially with the pressure in the O-line and everything else. There's many, maybe some in this market, certainly some national voices, that would be very concerned about starting a rookie guard or counting on a rookie offensive lineman. What has history shown with the 1st and 2nd round offensive guards through the years, Todd? Can those guys legitimately, truly come in and be difference makers? Not just placeholders, but can they come in and be difference makers if they're taken with that kind of value?
I think it's actually, to be honest, gotten better. I mean, I can remember 10 or so years ago where you would worry about that, but you're seeing a lot of guys just plug and play. I think the other thing with offensive linemen, just like a lot of other positions, guys are playing more ball and coming in with more experience, more games started because of the NIL, because of the transfer portal to a lesser degree with offensive linemen. But I look at all these guys like Booker, a lot of games at Alabama. Donovan Jackson, the versatility he showed this year, a lot of wars he battled. Gray Zabel, about like all of those guys. They're not like we used to have a lot of guys where it's 3 years in college, 2 years as a starter coming in. We're seeing a lot more 4 years in college, 3 years as a starter, and that 1 year can make a huge difference.
If you decide to go defense at number 18, which I would not mind, obviously, the offensive line is the big need, but you got a chance to maybe turn this defensive front seven into something great with another either interior D lineman or an edge rusher, or is there somebody in that 18 range who could help make that group even better than it is?
I look at the interior defensive line. It is loaded with a lot of players. Like we start with Mason Graham from Michigan, right? Kenneth Grant to me is the second best defensive tackle. He's a teammate of Graham's at Michigan. After that, I think that we're going to have a little, because everyone's going to be like, wait, everyone was pumping this interior defensive line group up. It's supposed to be one of the best we've ever seen, but it could be until the second round when they start really coming off the board. And that's where I think like Derek Harmon, late first from Oregon, Darius Alexander, late first, early second from Toledo, Walter Nolan, Ole Miss, TJ Sanders from South Carolina, Shamar Turner from A&M, Alfred Collins from Texas, Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee. Like there's a lot of guys in that second, third round range that I think are plug and play either starters or kind of in a rotation early in their career. You look at the edge class, the edge class is intriguing to me because you've got obviously Abdul Carter early, James Pierce and Mike Green. We're going to deal with maybe dropping a little bit due to some off the field character stuff, but not too far. Ezeruku from Boston College is in that mix, but I think he's going to be later first. And after that, there's a lot of good guys in the second round as well. So those are two groups that are deep, and I think you can take advantage of that. Again, I view offensive line for Seattle and now wide receiver as two of the areas that they're going to have to focus on, but it doesn't mean all five of those picks in the top 92 are going to go there. There's depth to be had along the defensive front with one or two of those other picks.
Yeah, Salk always gets a little concerned about Boston College pass rushers and what is it? Prep school wide receivers, like the prep school, the Jake Bobos.
Just since Jake Bobo's come in, Belmont Hill of all places, it's just disgusting.
He's like 20 miles away from me, Andover kid.
Well, yeah, and he went to Belmont Hill. I went to BB&N. This was like a huge problem for me. Yeah.
I don't think I realized that.
Oh yeah,
Silver Spoon guy.
Yeah, I get a lot.
I mean, hey, by the way, Brock, I know you know Silver Spoon, but it's like the most silver. It's like platinum.
No,
spoon.
it isn't.
In the team.
Whoa! Don't you dare!
All right,
it is like the really rich kids go to like Philip Andover and Exeter or something.
Yeah, it's
but
not
like
bad.
the ones that are like beyond go where Salk went to school.
Yes, Silver Spoon right in the
I think
tea.
you grew up with my friend Matt Coyden, didn't you, in Swampscott?
Yeah, Matt Coyden.
Yeah, friend of mine.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, whatever. You know what? That's enough.
Well, let me get back then to the wide receivers, please.
This is the kind of grief I take.
Because right now we got JSN, stud, breakout year, phenomenal player.
Yep.
No Tyler Lockett, no DK. Then we get to Bobo, Derek, kind of just guys at the bottom of the roster. Who is going to be a second or third receiver? Is there somebody, once again, within these top 92 picks that you would be like, ooh, yeah, that's a John Schneider guy. Ooh, that's a Clint Kubiak system guy. Ooh, that's come in and plug and play right away and be a productive rookie receiver.
I think the best receiver in this class is Matthew Golden from Texas, and I think he ran the second fastest time of anyone at the combine, so that's gonna boost him up. It's interesting because you go back and watch Texas, and he was, I don't want to say an afterthought, but he was not the featured guy early in the year. They were trying to make Isaiah Bond that guy, and he had struggles with drops and injuries. And when Golden became that guy, the Texas offense started to take off a little bit. And I just like his route running ability, how crisp he is.
You taking him at 18? If he's there at 18?
Depending on who else is there in terms of offensive line. But I would have no problem taking him at 18 with his speed. and his ability to adjust to the football. I think he's a damn good football player. I'm not as high on Ted McMillan from Arizona as some people.
Me too.
But he does have a huge catch radius, could fill that X void. Kind of a lot of the same traits that Drake London has, but like it took Drake a year to adjust to the NFL and become the 1,000+ receiving yard entity that he was this past year. I think McMillan's going to have a little bit of that curve as well. Beyond that, like there are some guys, and I don't know that they're going to get to the second round is the thing, though. But I absolutely think Mika Ibuka, but he's another slot type receiver, great zone possession guy. I'm in love with the Iowa State guys. I would draft him late in the first round and sleep really well on Thursday night. Jaden Higgins is your big physical X, who's like maybe the best press release package of the receivers in this class, knows how to get open, really good hands. Jalen Noel is undersized, but I think he's not Ladd McConkey, but he's a little bit smaller version of Ladd McConkey.
Yeah.
All right.
He's the guy you compared to Doug Baldwin, Brock?
Oh, he's so strong, explosive, quick. Yeah. I mean, just off the charts strength, off the charts explosiveness, off the charts toughness, kind of elevated Iowa State. I always like that, Todd. I don't know about you, but guys that elevate programs that haven't historically had the most talent, and that dude is a monster.
Hey, can you fast forward a year for me? Let's say the Darnold thing does not go A+, that it's okay.
We're already starting that?
Hey, it's a hypothetical. If it doesn't go as well
we didn't bring
as
you on to talk about the 25 draft, Todd.
I'm just curious. 26 draft, where are you?
I feel like I am with Kuiper again. Like we'd be sitting on the desk on Friday night, like round 3, and Kuiper would get bored. And he'd do this. You see me?
Yeah.
If you're only listening, like he breaks like 4 or 5 rocking chairs a year doing this, back and forth. So he'd be sitting in his chair at the desk, bouncing back and forth. We're in commercial break. All right, Todd. So who do you have number 3? The way too early mock next year. And I'm like, Kuip, let's at least get to first. Let's get to round 6 before we start this.
Here's the only reason I ask: if you're the Seahawks and you feel like you need your franchise quarterback and you like the 26 class better, is there an opportunity to trade one of your second-round picks this year, get back into the first round a second time next year to give yourself some flexibility? Either you've got 2 picks or maybe you can trade up with them or whatever. How do you feel about the possibility of doing that, and then about the 26 quarterback class?
I think there's a possibility if you want to trade out of 18 to try to pick up maybe a first next year, although I just don't see who would be moving up in that range. I think what you could do is start stockpiling picks for next year. And that would mean giving up maybe pick 50 for a team that wants to move up and get like a third or a second next year or a third next year. So there's ways to maneuver around so that all of a sudden you wake up on Sunday morning after the draft and you've already added 2 picks to that allotment for next year. And then you start working next year on packaging some of those picks, plus a first the following year in 2027 to go move up for a Garrett Nussmeier from LSU if that's the first quarterback off the board. So, yeah, the potential's there. But again, and maybe I'm wrong. Like you guys have a better pulse on it. I don't think John went out and brought in Sam Darnold for that money with the thought of, this will get us through the next year or two, but we need to be aggressively forward thinking towards who we're going to draft next year. I don't know. I think you're always strategizing to maximize picks and the compensation and get opportunity for the following year. I think look at Howie Roseman. Like he can't sit still on draft weekend, and it's kind of a joke inside the league. Like here comes Howie again. Almost like the ADHD, right? But what he's always doing is getting like an extra pick or 2 for the next year, maneuvering around and getting himself in a position where if he needs it, it's there to try to package picks and go up and get a guy that he wants.
Great stuff. Thank you, Todd. We appreciate it. We know you're from that poor little hamlet in Swampscott, just a sad, downtrodden spot up on the North Shore.
We're a small little, we're like an industrial fisherman town,
Yeah, Swampscott, Marblehead, very, very, it's hard.
Marblehead's
living on the water like that.
Marblehead's more your BB&N crowd, The way we always describe Swampscott keeps Lynn out of Marblehead.
That's probably true. Actually, that actually sounds about right. Thanks, man. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Todd.
it. We'll talk again. There's Todd McShay, who we know had to run here. So great stuff from him. And the last part of that, Brock, I think becomes a really interesting question. Why did John bring Sam Darnold in?
Yep.
Is it to be a bridge to the next guy that he's actively looking for? Or is it because he thinks he's going to be the dude who's going to take them to the Super Bowl? I guess what I would say is why not both?
Yeah.
Right? Like, why not give yourself the opportunity for both? Maybe he's the guy he was last year and still improving. And if he is, great. But if not, I think I want to be protected against the fact that he might be the guy that he was closer to the guy he was in the first however many years of 6 years of his career.
Yeah, and this contract kind of tells you that, right? The money always talks. Read into the fine details of these contracts. And the contract says, yeah, man, we really, really, really like you. You're a dude. You're going to come in here and maybe after some of the maintenance at the quarterback position, certainly with Russ and a little bit here with Gino, like you're going to be a low maintenance dude and you're going to be one of the guys. And you know
what would make this easier for me to handle, Brock? It would make it easier for me to believe that if it weren't for the sort of second day stories about Geno Smith being like, yeah, I don't want to be here. It would make it a little the stories that have come out in the last few days of Geno holding a grudge for a year and basically just being like, yeah, I'm not signing.
Right.
The Seahawks offered him more money than certainly they offered Darnold. If that hadn't happened, if they had actively
I think it was pretty close money-wise. I got some pretty good birdies.
If they had actively said, we don't want this guy, we want to move on, we prefer Sam Darnold.
Right.
If that had happened, I think I would feel a little better about it.
Okay.
I'd be like, okay, they prefer Sam Darnold to Geno Smith. They're trying to win right now, and they think they can upgrade at the quarterback position and get a draft pick. I'd say great. I don't think that's how they feel.
No, I don't
just
think
based
that's
on the action.
No, I think if I were to read into the history,
I'm just trying to read the tea leaves of how it all went down. I'm not saying they don't like Sam Darnold. Please don't exaggerate it. But just they did not view him as an automatic guaranteed upgrade to Geno Smith. Correct. I think there are ways in which he's better, ways in which he's not, and that's fine.
I think that's totally fair.
So because of that, it's a little hard for me to say you've now fixed the quarterback position moving forward. You might have.
You might have.
He might end up continuing to grow. That's a possibility. But sort of in the same vein as he brought up the Matt Flynn signing all those years ago, I don't see a big guarantee here of like, this is the guy forever. So if this isn't the right quarterback class to take your dude, I would want them to be forward thinking. I would want them to do what the Falcons were doing last year. Yeah, we don't need a quarterback right now, but let's take the dude who we think is great at number 8, and we'll see where it goes. I love that decision. And I would like for the Seahawks to be in position, if they need to make that call next year. If they don't, and Darnold has been great, the worst thing that has happened is that you've got more picks next year. That's the worst case scenario, is that, okay, you can draft a D lineman and something else next year, and you have some leverage in case you lose one of your edge rushers or whatever. Great. Cool. You got more picks next year. That's the worst thing that could happen.
Well, kind of. You also could lose out. By acquiring picks, you've got to give something.
I know that.
So all of a sudden, you got a player there, Gray Zabel there.
The worst thing that could happen is that you've got more next year instead of this year. The best thing that could happen is you put yourself in a position to maybe take the future quarterback who's going to be the dude who does take you to the Super Bowl.
Possibly. It's always good to have powder. I don't think anybody can disagree with that. But you also now, as the way this free agency's played out, as much as Fries got paid today, you now have to go to a little bit of that not want to, but need to. And you're going to really maybe have to be aggressive, Salk, as they read the market and everything that goes on. And I told you a month ago how much I love Booker. I told you about how much Kalen DeBoer loved Booker. You just heard from Todd McShay, maybe the highest character guy of any lineman.
But isn't he also the same guy that
ran 5.4 at the combine? Right,
just had an awful combine and put him in a spot with people that just have not succeeded in this league. My point is just, look, I'm excited about going from Geno to Darnold. I think it's an upgrade personally because of what he does in the locker room and some other stuff. But the Seahawks didn't think that. If they did, they would have tried to do that.
Yeah, let me add some details to this.
All right, then hold on. We'll come right back. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Breaking news.
The Seahawks have their quarterback. ESPN's Adam Schefter says former Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold reached an agreement today on a 3-year, $100.5 million contract with Seattle. Bump, your immediate reaction.
Let's get it. Got our quarterback, man. You know, a quarterback who fits this offense and what we think this offense is going to be. This was priority number one, was to get Sam Darnold.
Stay with Seattle Sports for updates and analysis. Read more at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports app.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 16th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
If you're injured in the state of Washington, here's what matters. Who represents you matters. The experience of their staff matters. Their investigation team and track record of success matters. Davis Law Group was founded in Seattle and has been winning cases for more than 30 years. We know Washington State, we know our courts, and we know how to deliver the highest level of client satisfaction. And that's what matters.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Ooh, my.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get your freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Oh, man. Final hour today, Brock and Salk. It's been a really interesting last couple of days, obviously, in the world of the NFL and Seahawks specifically. Brock, we were just sort of debating what this means, right? And my opinion has just been, look, find your way into that 2026 quarterback draft so that you're prepared and ready. And if none of those guys strike your fancy then, or if Darnold ends up being great, cool. You're all set for next year with a couple of picks. I love having extra picks. But if you need it, you're ready to go, and you're being proactive about planning for the quarterback position, which I do think you need to do even after signing Sam Darnold yesterday.
Yeah, and just have as much draft capital as you possibly can have. The challenge with that is you also, as Todd McShay said, you kind of line this up in a pretty historic fashion. With NIL, with transfer portal, with COVID, you've got a group here in the first 92 picks, of which you've lined up to have 5 that helps address the actual biggest needs on this team.
Okay.
And the biggest needs are still the line of scrimmage.
Agreed.
And certainly with the news this morning and into late last night with Will Fries going and this guy going and that guy going and, the musical chairs.
Well, you can't sign any of those guys, Brock. They all have issues.
And the musical chairs running out. That, you know what, it puts even more premium that I can't, I'd love to do that, Salk. I'd love to push and get another first rounder next year. I'd love to do all that. But I also, in real time, have got to address a glaring need. And that's many big people as I can do
both. I think you can do both. You got 5 picks in the first 3 rounds.
No.
I think you can do both. And that's sort of the message we've gotten from Todd and from DJ and from every other draftnik who's joined us, is that there is room to do both with 5 picks in the first 3 rounds. Yep. You can address offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, and trade into next year. And I would like to see them do all 3 of those things.
Awesome. I would, and I would love that as well. Let's go back to, I think, what history has shown us over the last week or so, right? And you mentioned like Sam Darnold, Geno, even Salk, if we played our tape from a month ago, if we played our tape from 2 weeks ago, I think, there would be a feeling of, certainly on the DK, because we talked about that a lot for 18 months, but I think you and I were of the belief in listening to Mike McDonald time after time after time, sitting with him every Monday, that he loved the competitor that is Geno Smith.
I don't know if I was quite at that point.
Okay, well, I was. I think he loved the competitive nature of Geno Smith. The tip of the spear, just grit and stubbornness and hard-headedness. I think Mike McDonald really appreciated that. I don't think he ever said he was criminally underrated, as Todd McShay did there and some others have, but I think he really liked him. And I know at the Combine, he sat there with Chris Sims and Mike Florio when they asked, like, hey, how much is Geno the issue, right? And he was like, bad take. That'd be a really bad take. He's not the issue. And then turn around, Salk, and a few days later, here's how I think history plays out. A few days later, and we know this, John sat down on that Friday with Geno's people and said, okay, let's pencil this out. Let's get a deal done. Have you ever sat there at a table with somebody? I remember the first time with Dave Pridemore, whatever it was, 13 years ago when my initial contract was up and we were 13 coins, and he pulled out a little napkin there.
Yeah, that's Dave's spot for that. Yeah.
Yes, it was. And it was like, okay, what are you thinking? Here's what we're thinking. It's like, it's not really what I'm thinking. Can we find a way to negotiate? And I think when they did that, and it was the first indicator, like, oh boy, we're not going to get this done. You know, he's wanting $45 to $50 million.
I got to tell you, man, I think I see this a little bit differently.
Okay.
And I think Maura nailed it. She and I were talking about it off the air this morning, and I've already kind of
Birthday girl Maura?
Birthday girl Maura. No surprise that in her 32nd year, she is now starting to really see the full picture of how things are going.
It was 10 years here at Bonneville, not 32.
It's not 32 years here.
Oh,
32 years on the planet.
Oh,
What's the matter with you? How dare you insult Maura like that on her birthday of all places? Sheesh.
Chris better be taking care of you tonight.
Do you
Maura.
hear
Where
this,
are you guys
Maura?
going?
Do you hear what he's doing? My
have
God.
It's a surprise. We have reservations somewhere. He's taking me to dinner.
Oh, he's surprised.
Oh my God. It doesn't take anything to get you guys to do that.
No, it really doesn't.
Nope.
Maura, your take earlier, I think, is right on. This is a psychological thing, Brock. Gino is the guy that was beaten down, both mentally and physically and emotionally, in the early part of his career. He was cast aside. He was told he was no good. He was punched in the face by a teammate. I mean, like, he never got over it. And those scars run deep. And Pete built him back up with a lot of praise. And I think Mike Macdonald I don't know this, but I think that Mike Macdonald recognized a lot of that and knows that, hey, if a local radio host so much as suggests that Geno Smith might not be the best quarterback in football, he gets blocked. You're dealing with a very sensitive character here. And if you don't constantly shower him with praise, he can't handle it. So I'm not that surprised that Mike Macdonald showered him publicly with praise over the course of the year, right up until they traded him, because until you knew he was going to be gone, you have to shower him with praise, or else the guy who held a grudge for a full year over a contract offer that he didn't think was up to snuff, and then he didn't play up to anyway, would turn on you and quit and want to go somewhere else.
I think that's a little unfair. A,
Is it?
Yeah, he wanted new money, not contract. And B, he played pretty darn well
this past year.
Sure,
70%
70% completion, 4,200 yards, won every clutch game in the fourth quarter and overtime.
15 picks.
Yes,
many of which were in the red zone.
He won 10 games, went 7-1 on the road. How many fourth quarter and overtime drives, a game-winning drive? Like, there was still a massive amount of production there.
Here is Brady talking about the Geno frustration.
Ultimately, both of these situations were about money. With Smith, I think his discontent had traced back to, at least where I would trace it back to, was last summer. And if you remember, he missed those 4 days in training camp with, what was ostensibly a couple injuries. I think in reality, at least the Seahawks believed at the time that was really a contract protest, because he had seen a bunch of other quarterbacks get paid: Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff a couple months before that. And Geno Smith wanted a new deal, feeling like he was on par with quarterbacks who were now making, more than twice the money that he was, and he didn't get one. And he was upset about that. And I think that he kind of carried some of that disappointment into this latest contract negotiation.
So if he's carrying that with him throughout the year, and he's taking time off to show everybody how bad Sam Darnold is, et cetera,
Sam Howell,
whatever. If you're Mike Macdonald, what are you going to do? You're going to spend all year be like, I love this guy. Tip of the spear, great leader, great everything. He's wonderful. Of course you are. What else are you going to do?
Because he won you 10 games as a rookie head coach as well.
That's nice.
And in big moments, delivered time and again.
Then why didn't they give him more money?
Because there's a threshold, Salk.
Because he's not that good.
Because you're not going to pay him.
Worth more than that.
Because he wants $45 to $50 million.
And he's not worth that. I agree
That's right.
with you.
And you think that, I think that, and the Seahawks think that.
But if all of the things they said about him were true, they would think he was worth that much money.
Not at 35 years of age.
Yes. Even at 35. If all of those things they said were true, Brock, he would have paid him.
How about your QB, Geno Smith?
Yeah.
Right? I was so happy to hear you come out and give him a vote of confidence, right? I was so afraid that it was going to be like, oh, everybody in Seattle is going to blame Geno Smith for not going to the playoffs, which gets tired for me as the next quarterback.
That's not a good take.
Right.
That's not a good take.
Right.
It's just not a good take.
It's not a good take. It's such a bad take that 5 days later they traded him for a third-round pick, and he still hasn't signed a deal in Las Vegas.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Your two most prominent players on offense said, I want out of here.
If you ask the texters, they would say both of them have attitude problems.
You know, we'll see what Geno signs for. If he signs for somewhere in around 40 to 45, what does that say about how he felt about Seattle?
You got to put a lot of faith in John Schneider and Mike McDonald. John said, we're not going to do anything that hurts the team. The team is number one, the player is number two.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, have you been this morning with the same insurance agent carrier so long you just assume? Do you kind of do that like in one eye when you look at the email or the new premium? You're like, what? Why are my rates going up? And what do I even have covered? Well, you need to do what Molly and I did and take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories that save people so much money. We decided to finally take this challenge. And oh, by the way, it's totally free. And here's how they go to work for you. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. No, by the way, if you got great coverage with the right carrier, they'll tell you that too, but more than likely you don't. And this is where they're different than you and me. They go to the market, dozens and dozens of carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. No stress, no confusion for you. They're your teammate. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families, including mine, my parents, many friends of mine, successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. As I mentioned, it's totally free. And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office, and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett, located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years.
Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
What do you need to know? Well, you know the biggest thing you need to know. It's that Sam Darnold is the new quarterback for the Seahawks. That went down yesterday, soon after our show ended. Adam Schefter had the news.
Basically, this is something the two sides have been working on to get it done. And it's a 3-year, $100.5 million deal. You see the big money. Look, the Seahawks were trying to get Geno Smith signed. They didn't get that deal done. They take that money, and they now give it to Sam Darnold, and they get back the extra third-round pick from the Las Vegas Raiders that they now have. But this is the deal essentially for Sam Darnold. And it's a situation where they identified Sam Darnold as a perfect fit. And that's basically what happened. They're able to reach that agreement here and get that done.
Salk, what was the number that Brady Henderson shared with us on a new Geno contract? 3 years and $102 million?
Was that what it was?
Pretty
roughly
darn
there.
Close. Pretty darn close. What did Sam Darnold get? 3 years?
$100.5.
$100.5 million. Yeah. Yeah, I think that money, as Schefter said, from what I understand as well, was absolutely allocated for Geno.
Mm-hmm.
I think Geno just absolutely scoffed at it. He wants $45 to $50 million. We'll see whether or not Pete, I think in the Times, promised the world and certainly wants him in Vegas. We'll see what Mr. Spytek, the GM there in Vegas, I will keep a very wide eye on exactly what Geno does ultimately end up getting, because what he wanted and the Seahawks wanted financially,
still crazy.
Very different
Nothing
numbers.
has happened yet. I just searched Geno's name because I was looking up some turnover stats, and first article is there, says Raiders and Geno Smith still yet to reach a deal. So, yeah, I think the touchdown to interception ratio is the one that just stands out, right? Where's the big advantage with Darnold? 35-12 last year compared to Geno's 21-15. Darnold had 9 fumbles. Geno had 8. So, I mean, if you want to add in the fumbles, it's still pretty, very much in Darnold's favor last year. But Geno's more accurate. He's got a strong arm. Darnold, they say he's, can run, but he just hasn't really much as a pro.
3 years of quite a bit of production. Sam had 1. But as Todd McShay said to us, and you can watch Todd on the old Todd McShay show, what he said to us last hour is, you got 7 years younger, man. Yeah. And that's a big, big part of this as well. Geno didn't want to hear it, but those are facts.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Big facts as far as I'm concerned. Speaking of big, Seahawks bring in a big body, veteran Josh Jones.
Let's hope he's better than the other Josh Jones.
Who was
remember
the other
that
Josh Jones?
You don't remember that Josh Jones?
No.
That safety?
I don't remember
Tough
him.
time tackling in the open field.
Oh, is he the guy who tried to tackle without his arms?
Yeah.
He kept diving at people with his arms like a missile.
Like a seal. He just threw his...
Ork. Yeah.
Yes.
I think did the Mariners also have a Josh Jones at some point?
They had a James Jones.
James Jones, the center fielder. That's who I was thinking of. James Jones. That was a Zorensic guy.
This guy is a kind of a sloppy body swing tackle.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to get a swing tackle. That's a perfectly normal thing to need after, moving on from George Fant. What they don't seem to be able to find is a guard or a center. The two big centers both signed. A couple of guards have already signed. And all the other guys, none of them work, unfortunately, for the Seahawks. Just sad that none of them are going to fit here. It's just too bad. Mekhi Becton was a huge star last year. Fit just doesn't fit. It's too bad. It's too big. It's like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, Brock. He's too big. He won't fit. Too strong.
So silly.
It's not. I hear more excuses about why the Dahlman. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, really? It seems like somebody else wanted him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe one day they'll find somebody to play in the interior of this offensive line. In the meantime, Justin Fields goes to the Jets. Zach Wilson to the Dolphins to back up Tua. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson.
Any Aaron or Russell news?
Waiting.
No,
Nothing at all. That's we're waiting, Brock. We're in a holding.
What about Dre Jones, Tyler Lockett, any former Seahawks?
None
Nothing yet?
of them seem to be wave one kind of guys. They're maybe going to be in wave 2 or 3.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to
Roy
know.
Robertson Harris was a wave 1 guy. The Giants wanted him. Roy Robertson Harris.
Yeah.
Signed with the Giants. Gets $10 million a year. Good for him.
What?
Or $10 million.
Okay.
Excuse me. $10 million. Good player.
Yeah.
Good for him. I thought he was good last year. I thought he came in and really helped the team last year.
Yep.
I wouldn't have minded seeing him back, just obviously not at the number he was at. Mariners lose 7-5 yesterday. Casey Lawrence and Austin Kitchen gave up all 7 runs. Is Austin Kitchen a guy that's supposed to be with this team at some point? Not really, right?
Wasn't he an old tight end, Freddie Kitchen?
Freddie.
Old offensive coordinator, head coach?
Brian Kinchin.
Brian
I think you're thinking of.
okay.
Tight end / long snapper, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, Mitch Garver hit a home run, but unfortunately he got hit on the hand. Had to come out of the game. We're waiting on x-rays. I know. Jorge Polanco, though, had a couple of hits, so that's some good news. And Rick Riz hit on the back of the head with a foul ball that came up into the booth.
And the count is 0-1 on Sundstrom. Folks, I want to let you know that I took a pretty good shot in the back of my head with a foul ball up here in the radio booth. But I'm sore, but I'm okay. Here's the next offer. Swinging a foul back at the count 0-2. I'm getting a lot of texts from my friends. And I just want to let you know I'm okay. I got a good size bump on my head, but I'm going to be okay. My mom always said I had a hard head, Gary, so it paid off today. I could not believe that ball got up here that quickly.
I think it's a low booth, and it hit the back and then came flying back and hit him in the back of the head.
That hurts.
It's got to hurt a lot.
That hurts a lot.
Yeah, no kidding.
More than my little thing on my knee.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Do you remember? That's everything you need to know. Do you remember? Oh, Rick was so mad at us. Do you remember years ago when Dave Sims and Goldsmith, everybody got hurt playing basketball?
Yeah, torn Achilles, like broken arm.
Everyone got legitimately hurt. Do
concussion.
you remember that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Goldsmith wasn't a part of that, but it was Sims and it was Rick.
Sims. No, it wasn't Rick.
Yeah,
Rizzy's elbow, dude. Yes. Tore his bicep, elbow, and Simsy tore his Achilles.
It was those two.
Disastrous trip to Minnesota.
Maybe it was a different time. Maybe a bunch of other Mariners had gotten hurt, and we started making reporting that a whole bunch. Like we were like, I've just found out Rick Riz has fallen out of the booth and he has injured his shoulder. Oh, we just found out that we were going through all these guys, and we were joking, and
it wasn't funny. The joke was
out
on
not
us.
to be funny.
Yes, not funny.
Rick was like, people are calling me thinking I've gotten really hurt. Please stop telling people that I have fallen out of the booth. And we felt really bad afterwards. So.
Those early years, we took some.
I don't think that was as early as you think.
Really?
No,
right.
I don't think so.
Warren Moon calling the show, just telling you to shut up.
Yeah,
Salt.
I'll stand by that one.
Yes.
I still feel pretty good about that. I got no problems with how all that went down. All right, I got 2 things that I want to read you, Brock. 2 people that were not. I told you I'm kind of back and forth and a little torn. I know you're content with what the Seahawks did yesterday. I think there's some real positives with Sam Darnold. Read 2 things from 2 friends that did not necessarily.
You label one a friend. You really label one of these a friend?
I'm not gonna name one of them because they didn't sign up for that. The other one put his name on it, so I will definitely read that. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports. your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, the long days, and they are longer. It's getting nice later in the day. The sunny breaks in the weather. Everyone's starting to think about summer, right? Where you get out on the golf course more, you head on vacation, enjoy all that the Northwest has to offer. Well, why not make this summer your best, your absolute best? Look and feel your best. You can do it if you start now. You can get there by Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here. 45 days. That's what it takes. Lose almost a pound every day. I lost 35 with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And I'll let you in on a little secret. 45 days. It's not really that hard. In fact, the food tastes good because you're buying it all at the grocery store. They got great recipes, healthy, delicious meals, no crazy dieting, cardio, exercise, no pills, no injections, no side effects, no nothing. You can do this. 15-minute call, that's all it takes to get started. No obligation. Just schedule the call right now. Call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com because you got nothing to lose other than all the extra weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd, and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk
Weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I got a couple things to read to you, Brock, and should lead to some reaction, I think, here about what the Seahawks did yesterday with Sam Darnold. And just to kind of recap over the course of the show, your word that you used to describe your feelings today was?
Contentment. Contentment. Am I overjoyed doing backflips? Not necessarily, because I don't think you're going from a 0 to a 10. I think, as Todd McShay said to us, that Gino's done a lot of things over the last 3 years. This money was very much in place there for Gino. There was a tremendous amount of familiarity there with Gino. Yeah, there was some maintenance, and a lot of it was based around the money and the respect and things I think that you have laid out there pretty well, Salk, but pretty content. And you shave 7 years off and have some upside still with Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. Pretty content with that move on a number of different levels.
Yeah, I think the word I've used Sheryl Crow. Yeah. When in doubt, Brock just throws out Alanis Morissette. Yeah, just when in doubt, go with Alanis. I'm just torn. I do like some of it. I do. There are some parts to Sam Darnold's. Again, that 35-12 touchdown interception ratio last year is tremendous. That's really, really excellent. And it's very possible that at 27, he's kind of figured this thing out. And now he's going to turn into the kind of guy that was the third overall pick in the draft just, 6 years ago or whatever it was. That'd be great. I'm all on board for that. He's also always been, kind of fumbly and has had his issues, and there's a reason he didn't make it in New York and didn't make it in... A little bit
erratic.
Yeah.
Erratic with his accuracy, erratic with the pocket presence, right? And a lot of that
there are moments where he's great.
Down last year.
And and even at USC, there were moments you're like, oh, he's great. And the moments you're like, geez, I don't know. I don't even know if this guy's a top 10, first-round pick. Like, you just kind of see a little of everything with him. Mm-hmm. So I am a little curious how that roller coaster evens out. I think I was kind of thinking they would go all in one direction or another. And the fact that it looks like they wanted Gino back and then ended up kind of feeling a little bit like they settled in another direction is not the way I would prefer them to be handling their business. I would like for them to be doing it decisively. We want to do this. This is the guy we want. We don't want Gino. We do want Darnold. Let's do that. To me, that speaks a little bit more loudly for who he is. But,
settled versus pivot, huh?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right. And I don't know, maybe they didn't settle. I don't want to ascribe that, but just the way it went down with them offering the money.
I think they absolutely had to pivot. Once they absolutely found out that, this relationship and all this time.
Pivoted feels better than settled. Settled feels a little too much.
Settled would have been Justin Fields. Yeah. Settled would have been Aaron Rodgers. Settled would have been.
Yeah, it's not that. Pivoted, yes. I would have been happier with decided, right? Okay. This is what we want. We want to do this, and then we're going to go out and achieve our goals rather than, All right, well, that didn't work. Let's pivot and go with plan B.
Well, let's pivot then, because supposedly you've got two friends that text you.
Well,
I don't
one
know.
is a mutual friend.
Okay, all right.
One is a mutual friend. Okay. And they wrote this to me yesterday, and I'll take your thoughts off the air, Brock. Typical Seahawks, typical NFL, always afraid, settling for high floors, trying not to lose games instead of winning championships. He blames kind of the whole league and says kind of a boring sport for team building.
No one knew that's from, because you let the cat out of the bag a little bit and told me it was from. Just makes me chuckle, because he would say that so confidently, and so cocksure.
He probably would.
This is most definitively, absolutely the case.
Boring sport.
So yeah. No, I think the easier thing.
Are they settling for a high floor rather than trying to win a championship?
I think if you would have paid DK and Geno, I would feel I would double down on that.
Agreed. Right, I agree with you. Yes.
Because if you would have overpaid from your valuation and you would have had to rob Peter to pay Paul, well, let me take a little here. And I've told you about what Chris Spielman said to me years ago when he went to Detroit and kind of built the thing there with Dan and their GM and everything else. Like, you can never, ever settle. You just can't do that. You've got to be unapologetic in your conviction. This is what we are. Because the minute you're like, well, I know I said this, and I know this was our budget, but what's a couple $1 million here? Well, a couple $1 million here could be a really big couple $1 million there with that further, decision and the circumstance and the injury and all the things that come about in the NFL to level the playing field. So I would have I think there'd have been more credence to, well, they just all want to protect their jobs.
Right.
They just want to win 9 to 10 games.
But there is an argument to be made that once this didn't work with Geno and you moved on, that rather than settling for a Geno clone, or somebody pretty similar, but younger,
you try to race to the bottom. That you have Sam Howell.
Yeah. So let me read you what Sheil Kapadia wrote, and Sheil's definitely a friend of the show, and this was the other thing I wanted to read. Here's what Sheil said, and this will take me a minute or two because it's kind of a long 2 paragraphs, but let me read it because I think owe it to him to kind of present the whole argument. He says, okay, if now they go cheap a quarterback and take a reset year, I'll at least be able to see the plan. But they did not go cheap at quarterback, and they are not taking a reset year. Instead, they're going to pay Darnold $100 million over 3 years, 55 guaranteed, according to NFL Network. It's not a massive deal if you really like the starting quarterback. It's in line with the contract that Baker Mayfield signed with the Bucs last offseason, and it will almost certainly be cheaper than the new contract that Smith eventually signs with the Raiders. So what's the issue? The Seahawks, in my opinion, this is Sheil Kapadia speaking, are paying Darnold for an outlier season. Darnold was in a great environment in Minnesota with Kevin O'Connell as his play caller, Justin Jefferson, and he had a passable offensive line. But before 2024, he had performed like one of the worst starters in the NFL. Now Darnold goes to Seattle where, with all due respect to new Seahawks offense coordinator Clint Kubiak, the scheme and play calling will almost certainly be a downgrade. I like Jackson Smith and Jigba, but he's not Jefferson. And beyond Smith and Jigba, the receiver group gets thin quick. Oh, and Seattle has an offensive line that has basically been below league average for over a decade. Darnold under more pressure is not something that's likely to work out. Darnold gave the Vikings mediocre quarterback play last season, and now he's in a worse environment. So where exactly does that leave the Seahawks? That's Sheil Kapadia's take.
Hold on. Go back and read the second to last. I was following along with a lot of that.
He says, Darnold gave the Vikings mediocre quarterback play last season.
What?
And now he's in a worse environment.
What? You gave them mediocre.
I'm reading you, Sheil. That's not me.
I know, but that doesn't
Sheil.
make any. That's the outlier in that whole little deal. Like mediocre quarterback play to win 14 games and throw 35 touchdowns.
Yeah, I would probably disagree with that as well.
I don't. Yeah, that like just makes zero.
Because he's already said it was an outlier year.
Yes,
it was a good year.
Yes,
it was a good year. I don't know that I could call it a mediocre year. That's not fair. It was a good year. But focus on the first part of it because I think that was the part that was more interesting. Saying essentially, if you're going cheap and taking a reset year, fine. All right, I see what you're doing, but just kind of doing the same thing, but 8 years younger, which is why again I don't have a problem with that. I can see the merit in that. I really do, but I think it has to come, Brock. Not only with, trying to get great on the defense, trying to be elite, trying to improve your offensive line, at least get it to passability, but I think it also has to come with a plan for who the next quarterback is And to me, that involves getting into the 2026 first round twice so that you give yourself options if there is a dude there that you want.
I think in premise, and that's your thesis, I think that's great. I think that's totally understandable. I can't poke holes in that. I think once you kind of get to draft day and there's a lot of things out of your control with where that market will go and what that will all look like and what may be available there for you, Salk, at 18 with I think that there is, from what I've heard from numerous different sources, from some of our draft folks, from some NFL people, that it's somewhere between 12 and 15 first round guys.
This year.
Right. Just first round, like bona fide, different
But there's
thinkers.
a lot of second round guys, right?
There are.
So isn't it possible that, again, if there are other teams that really need another second rounder, that you could trade out of the second round and into next year's first? Is that possible?
That you would pick up a first rounder the following year for a second.
I mean,
round
again,
pick.
it would probably need to be a team that's going to be drafting, near the bottom
Feels
of
like
the
that
round.
probably be 18th pick. That if somebody falls there on one of these rare first rounders, because this happens and that happens, there's a run on these guys. All
So
of a
that
sudden,
you trade back?
that team that's really needy for a wide receiver and T-Mac they love, and they got a top 10 grade, and we got to have them.
So you get their second round pick and
next year's first or something like that. Yeah,
I would do that in a flash.
Yeah, I think that's.
I would take 3.
Sure.
Yeah, I would love to have 3 second round picks this year and next year's and 2 first in next year's draft.
And I think John would probably do that.
Where
as well.
do I sign up for that?
Yep.
Again, you're right. It's easy to sit here on the radio and say, "Oh, just trade for next year's first round pick."
That's right.
It's obviously much, much, much harder to get that done.
Yeah,
in
and I'm
reality.
guessing there's a lot of other teams that love their second round pick, and
But I
love
think
their third round value this year, and are like, I'm not trading up. I'm going to get a really good starter.
I think that's why Shield says, "Okay, well then, taking a step back is probably the best way to guarantee yourself."
This is where some of the baseball to football doesn't fly. And
I know.
Shield's not coming at it that way, and I get it. But that's where these rebuilds and resets in the NBA, right, where you're clearing salary cap and you're getting these draft picks and you're doing it because you can't get a second star and you're just terrible. You're bad organizations. Mike Mayock said, 25 of 32 organizations in the league are kind of bad, and they're perennially bad and perennially in this cycle, of doing these things. Baseball, you can tear down and you can start over and you can trim payroll and you can try to get these high draft pick, right? But in football, it's just so much more difficult to do that because I've got a bunch of really good pieces. And in fact, Salk, in your view and in your world, if at 18 they got a first round D tackle, Kenneth Grant's there, and oh my gosh, I plug him in with Byron Murphy and Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams, and we have a chance to just be great. Oh, okay, well, let's race to the bottom and let's just, not address quarterback.
No, I get it.
This one, it just makes that just very complicated in football. In premise, I
But I'm
understand
going to go
it.
back to what we heard from Mike Mayock the other day, Brock. He said it pretty clearly. Everything. I mean, Washington did all those things the right way, but without Jaden Daniels, it's a waste of time.
And they're really fortunate that in 2020
they got lucky.
The number 2 pick was Jaden Daniels, and it wasn't
Sam Darnold.
Cam Ward. Right? Cam or Sam Darnold, through these different years. It's just, in next year, okay, sure. And you heard Todd mention Garrett Nussmeier, okay, nice guy. He's Matt Flynn. 6'1", average arm, super productive, but okay. Now maybe the kid out of Tennessee, Nico, or maybe that kid tears his knee up and he's got to go back for another year. Well, Arch Manning and his dad and his uncle went to school for 4 years, and he's making tens of millions of dollars being the starting quarterback in Texas.
True. No, it's
and why
fair.
am I going to go out the next? You just don't know. Right? This isn't a high school kid this bat that is coming in 2 years. This isn't the college kid that after 3 years is coming into this draft in baseball. This isn't this NBA that's a one and done and it's a lottery pick.
And I will say, a year before he was the number 2 overall pick, nobody was really talking about Jaden Daniels that way, right? I mean, he had kind of flamed out at Arizona. Where was he at Arizona or Arizona State, Lyle? I always forget. I kind of mix those up. Which was he at?
If he was at Arizona, I probably wouldn't have this huge gripe.
Just
No, I mean, he showed flashes of it, obviously.
But I don't think anybody heading into his senior year was like, hey, this guy's going to turn around the NFL.
And nobody thought Joe Burrow at LSU the year before he went off and threw 60 touchdowns.
But it is sure helpful to kind of be in that zone in case one of those guys shows up rather than being, not, which is kind of where the Seahawks tended to be.
Let me just say one other thing a little bit about Sam Darnold, just looking at the numbers and the stats as well, is that, yes, no question, last year was the outlier. Last year was the best year, and it's not even close. As I said, anybody that's gone to New York and been a Jet since Joe Willie Namath? Anybody? From Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer, to first-round picks, to like anybody. Zach Wilson, like nobody has succeeded in the dysfunction of that organization. Nobody, and I mean nobody.
Right.
Then he goes to Carolina and has a pretty rough year in 2021. A lot of scar tissue. Don't know all the dynamics there. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4 years, pretty darn rough. Right? 4-9, 7-6. Still won some games in New York. 7-6, 2-10 benched. Goes to Carolina, 4-7 benched. Following year in Carolina, which we did see. Maybe that's the start of the little warm-up, the start of the turn. Because in 22 at Carolina, he's 4-2. Pretty bad team. Almost 60% completion, 7 touchdowns, 3 picks. Remember they ran the ball? Remember they came to Seattle in a game that you kind of had to have late in the season, and he just managed it. And he didn't make mistakes. And he got a couple clutch third downs. And he just made enough plays through the course of that season. Then goes to San Fran and watches, obviously, Purdy do really well, but plays in 10 games and, once again, takes care of the football, a couple touchdowns, does okay, and then last year explodes. Like, is it impossible to think that trajectory is that trajectory? Compare and contrast that to Geno Smith's previous 8 years before Seattle.
Right.
That trajectory was way harder
but
to
the difference
even ever
is,
imagine.
Geno wasn't getting paid at that point $32 million or even
not.
the equivalent of it.
No, he was not.
So again, Brock, this is there's a lot of kind of both sides on this one. I really see paths for this to work out very well. I see paths for this to kind of be in between. I don't think Sam Darnold's going to stink. That would really surprise me at this point. I think that he showed last year he's better than that. I think. But he
needs help now too. Okay,
so
that's kind of the next part of this. So you added to your defense. You bring Ernest back. You bring Jaron back. I don't want another dime spent in free agency on defense. I really don't.
Yep, same.
I think there's opportunity. 5 of those 92. If there's a great corner that's sitting there at 50 that's tumbled that you love.
But how have they not
52?
yet addressed the guard or center position?
Yep.
It's really bizarre.
I think that's a fair.
Really, I mean, I know I've been sort of laughing about it and trying to have fun with the whole thing all day and sort of saying, well, they seem to have a reason why.
Well, I'll give you the reason, and you can scream at me and yell at me if you want, but
I'm
I'll
not
give you.
going to do that. I'm trying to be calm now.
Okay.
It's
good.
just bizarre.
Okay. Well, I'll give you the reason. The reason is twofold. The reason is they've got some really good grades on some of these interior offensive linemen in this draft. And I think there's some guys there that we have already mentioned, and Todd mentioned a bunch of them, that, there's enough supply that someone could very well be there. And maybe your number one guy at number 18. And
Maybe.
as Todd also said, those guys are a little more plug and play, Salk, than they've been. Abe Lucas started for 4 years, so you know what he could do? Come in here and start. Charles Cross started for 3 years, so you know what he could do? Come in here and start. I don't want a one-year wonder. The kid out of Ohio State that started for 3+ years, love that dude. The guy that at Alabama started for 3+ years, Booker, love that dude. Right guy, Gray Zabel, that started for 3 years at North Dakota State, was there for 5.
On that list? Did he start for a while?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Started at tackle for 2-3 years in the SEC.
Can we just draft a guard? I mean, someone who's played guard all of his life, someone who wants to go to the Pro Bowl as a guard, not a go-between, not a hybrid, not a switch-over, not a defensive lineman, a guard. I just want a draft, a high-level guard.
Okay, so that's number one.
Do you know how long ago that was? Just out of curiosity, what was the date that call came in from Roger in Tacoma? What was the date that Roger in Tacoma called us and said, can you just draft a guard?
And as Lyle knows, because he grew up listening to the show, the great Pete Carroll even quoted Roger.
He did?
He even quoted Roger.
When did Roger in Tacoma call up and say, can we just draft a guard?
2017.
Okay. Maura, any guesses? When did Roger say, can we just draft
And by the way,
a
happy
guard?
birthday, Maura. Happy birthday to you
Thank you,
today.
Brock.
Yes.
I'm going to go
wait for the
2014.
surprise.
Okay. Maura's right.
What?
May 13th, 2014.
Not exactly.
11 years ago?
Roger in Tacoma calls up and says, can we just draft a guard? Here we are, 12 years later.
Was
12 years
Was 2014 the year they drafted Kristen Michael, and then Travis Kelce was the very next pick?
I think so. That sounds pretty accurate. That was yeah.
Well, and then they drafted Luke Wilson later in that draft because they needed a
Need a tight end. You gotta get tight end. You gotta find one.
On Luke. Luke gave some good years.
He did. Yeah, sort of like Travis
He
Kelce.
gave great radio, too.
Taylor Swift could be living here in Seattle instead of in Kansas
so number
City.
one, I'm telling you, to try to answer this question of how in the heck and why in the heck and everything else, that would be number one. That actually...
That's not enough. You could use two guards.
DJ would double down on that. Todd would double down on that. Mayock would double down on that.
That's not enough.
That you could find a starting guard, plug and play.
Need both.
Your left guard in
Need
this
both.
draft.
Need both.
Okay? Number two, and you're not going to like this reason, but number two, and I feel pretty confidently saying this, is there is a belief that they have now added a coordinator, O-line coach, run game coordinator, run game analyst that knows exactly what goods they want.
Okay.
And have come in here and looked at the groceries that are here and said, ooh, man, you screwed that up. You Dave Pridemore that. You decided to butterfly and cook that steak well done. That is bad business and bad O-line coach and bad O-line play and bad system that put those guys in the worst spot possible. I said that to you. So this isn't after the fact. How many times did I say to you last year, one of my biggest frustrations in that scheme was what? You're going to put that guy on an island that many times and let him get killed?
Right.
You're going to ask that guy to do that? You're going to throw it the third most of anybody in the league when actually those guys in Laumea can actually run block really well, and you do it for a game or two and then it just disappears because we got to just throw and throw and throw? So that the new institutional knowledge that walked in the door and has evaluated a Bradford, a Laumea, a Bradford, a Ulatimi, and said, you know what? These goods, I can work with this. This is not choice, skirt steak. There's actually some good beef here, and I can make a right guard out of those 3 or 4
I'll tell
guys.
you what, if I were trying to get hired somewhere and I really wanted a job as an offensive lineman or offensive line coach or any of the coordinator, any of the things that they've hired, the first thing I would say is I feel like you've done a great job. You've really acquired great players. You just need a new coach to come in and fix it. That's absolutely what I would say.
So if you're spitting your cynicism right between my wide set eyes, go ahead.
Just saying.
I'm just trying to give you.
If I wanted to get hired, that's literally what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, yeah, I love what you've got here. You don't need anything. You just need me to come in and fix it.
What if these are guys that have actually been around the block a long, long time and done it at a pretty
the guys before that, and the guys before that, and the guys before that
level of developing?
Brock, I've been here. Brock, 2014. Roger's been saying that since 2014.
That's because Tom Cable was drafting defensive tackles
and then it was this guy, and then it was Mike Solari, and then it was the other guy, and then it was the guy from the Rams. And they've just it's too bad. They just keep all saying that none of these guards are worth bringing in. None of them. You can't work with them. Can't do it. Can't have them. Can't have any of these guards. Mekhi Becton is too strong.
You know what? Lyle said during break, and he's absolutely right. You know who you're channeling right now? You're channeling off-season Lyle Goldstein with the bats.
I'm not.
No, you are.
I just don't understand.
Can't win with him. Christian Walker, too old.
Can't do it.
Can't have him.
Can't do it.
Yep. Go through the list of guys. Can't play. Too slow. Oh, no, he ain't going to hit here. Pete Alonso, Polar Bear.
I think it's bizarre.
Can't have him. Don't want nice things.
It's just bizarre. Why? I don't know. Why don't they want any of these guys?
Yep. You
I don't think I'm doing that.
Lyle yapping in the offseason.
I don't think that. I don't think I'm doing that.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't win with
Can't have those. Can't have those guys.
I want winners.
That's right.
And I want facts tomorrow, Maura.
We
I need to
cannot
know
make decisions that
Thank
cost
you,
the
Mike.
team.
Okay, I got
And then come off the sideline and it's nonchalant. No. You know what? This is how I believe, okay? I'm from the old school. I believe this.
I
would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team.
Oh, boy, Mike.
It is more about them than it is about the team. Cannot play with them. Cannot win with them.
Can't do it.
Cannot coach with them.
Can't
do it.
Can't do it.
I want winners.
Thank you.
Is the can't do it the best part?
Such an underrated rant.
It is. It's a good one. So way Mike Singletary.
Hey, Maura, will you give us the facts tomorrow, by the way?
Can't do it.
Will you give us the facts on where you were surprised? Got a surprise dinner for the birthday tonight. Exactly what Chris
Not
gets
if you make those noises I want.
Yes. Big
If I tell you, are you going to go, ooh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Big birthday dinner tonight for Maura.
Canless, maybe?
Big surprise on the horizon for Chris. What does he got cooking up his free agent sleeve?
You guys are the worst.
We really are. We really are. Can't win with us.
Pretty much.
Can't do it. All right. Fun show today.
I think Hasselback tomorrow. What do you think? I'm working on Alex Smith.
We need Alex Smith, Brock.
I know. I'm working on
Brock,
it.
I love you, and you're a tremendous guest booker.
If I can't get Alex, do we pivot?
We need Alex Smith. He is the bridge guy.
I mean, do we settle for Matt? Do we pivot to Matt?
We can pivot to Matt. Yeah, we'll pivot to Matt. But isn't Alex Smith the ultimate bridge quarterback?
He is.
He's the person we keep referencing.
Yes.
I want to talk to the man.
Okay.
Can't do it. Can't win with him.
Keep working.
Can't do it. I want winners.
Will the Seahawks have signed somebody by the time we crack the mic tomorrow
Absolutely no
morning?
way. No.
Huh?
None of these guys work, Brock. None of these guys can play in the system.
Okay.
They're too good.
All right.
Doesn't work. We will be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. We will have some trash takes tomorrow, and either Alex Smith or Matt Hasselbeck, hopefully. So I can get a second person to make fun of my high school in 2 days. Sounds great. Bump and Stacy are up next. We'll catch you guys at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
Barnes.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
through March 31st, save double on your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest, same as cash 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months same as cash financing and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Daniel Jones is finalizing a 1-year, $14 million contract with the Colts via Adam Schefter. Jones had previously been with Minnesota, but the departure of Jones and Darnold, who signed here in Seattle, the Vikings will turn to J.J. McCarthy. Speaking of the Vikings, Minnesota snagged free agent guard Will Fries on a 5-year, $88 million deal. That one from Jeremy Fowler. Seahawks fans had been eyeing Fries in free agency as a potential fit, but it's back to the drawing board for Seattle.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's been a wild week here for the Seahawks, so before we dive in today, let's reset. Take a look at the landscape here in Seattle. Geno Smith is gone. DK Metcalf is gone. Tyler Lockett, gone. Smith traded to the Raiders for a third-round pick. Seattle decides to get cheaper and younger there, signing Sam Darnold. DK Metcalf traded to the Steelers for a second bump. How are you feeling now that the dust has settled?
I've gone from like initial shock to, okay, let's try to make sense of this whole situation. Why is Geno Smith not here? I think it's simple, right? They just couldn't come together when it comes to money. You got cheaper, just like you mentioned, and you got younger with Sam Darnold. And it's crazy. You're picking up 2 guys who both played for the Jets and had to bounce around for a little bit. So if there's anything that we can take from this, I know Pete Carroll isn't here, but I think we can say, all right, John knows how to work with these type of quarterbacks. Guys looking for another home. You look at the DK Metcalf situation. DK might have just needed a change. You know, DK has had a great career here, one of the best Seattle Seahawks receivers of all time. If he kept playing for 10, 12 years, he's probably competing with Tyler Lockett's numbers, the second greatest Seahawk receiver of all time. Now he goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They needed a receiver, and they do a great job over there with the Pittsburgh Steelers as far as receivers DK Metcalf and George Pickens. We know why the Hawks felt okay letting him walk as well, because you got the young man JSN who showed last year he could be the number 1 receiver. Now, this one is a sentimental one. You and I both feel for this one. Tyler Lockett gone. This comes down to age, and it comes down to money. This happens in everyone's career. Not too many people play their whole career with one team. It was just the end of the road for Tyler Lockett. So what does this all mean for the Seahawks? It means that things are going to feel a bit different on the offensive side of the football. I think everyone's gone now. And we kind of associated Tyler Lockett with the Super Bowl teams, never went to a Super Bowl.
Which is wild.
Which is crazy to me, right? But he was like the last piece of that group. So it just means that there's a change going on. Can the Hawks go from a team that is trying to get above that mediocre type spot to a playoff contender? Last year they were so close. But it means change is here.
Yeah.
But change can be good sometimes. So I'm looking for the positives in every situation.
I say this with all due respect, but the first thing I thought when all of this happened was, what's Seattle doing? What is John Schneider doing? What are the Seahawks doing? And this is because, as you know, John Schneider is never about a reset. Like,
Right.
he's never about, tanking. He always wants to win every single year. And so the first thing I thought was, okay, you traded Geno, you traded DK, Tyler's gone. Are you rebuilding? Are you reinvesting resources? What are you doing? So if I throw you the question that I was wondering, what's Seattle doing? What do you think they're doing?
They're doing what most teams who have not made Super Bowl runs do. This is the circle of life in the NFL. You look at what the 49ers are doing right now. My boy hit me up, who's a Niner fan in Cali. Everybody's gone. What are they doing? Salary cap and guys are getting old. I think this is eventually what happens every 3 to 5 years with teams. We can look all across the NFC West. We knew the Rams had to make some moves. First, you keep Matthew Stafford. We knew that the Niners' window was slowly closing because you have to pay that quarterback. And with the Seahawks, you had a quarterback who was asking to be paid like a top 10 quarterback. And I think Geno deserved to sit at the table and have that conversation. But I think the Seahawks saw an opportunity to get younger. And what do you do when you get younger? You get cheaper, you save money, and allow yourselves to make more moves. So what are they doing? They're switching it up. I think the question now is, where do you go from here? Because there are still some things that need to get done with that offensive line. We feel like the defense is going to hold it down. But it's just it's a fresh start. It can be scary. Sometimes starting a new job is scary. But then you get in the mix, and it's like, all right, I might like it here. So I'm hoping we get some of those vibes.
Yeah. Establish yourself as the alpha, become the most popular person at work. I'm still working on it. Let me hit you with some numbers as we dive into the next part of our conversation. You said now you have to focus on what you do next.
Right.
I think the reason I was seeing a lot of frustration from Seahawks fans this morning, I'll tell you why. Because Will Fries is off the board. He was the second-rated guard from Pro Football Focus. I don't know where some other metrics and outlets had him rated, but he was a guard a lot of people had their eyes on. Seattle had all this cap space available, and the hope was that they could use that quickly, but Minnesota snags him. I'm sure it was a very competitive chase. Let's revisit some of the offensive line performance from last year. I don't like these numbers either, but Pro Football Network, Seattle was 30th in pressure rate, 24th in sack rate, 30th in running back yards before contact. Fixing that offensive line is the key to making this work. John Schneider's clearly betting on himself. It only works if he starts in the trenches.
All starts with the big boys on offense and on defense. So what do we have? Lots of young guys who played last year. We're hoping one of those guys develop. Now you're hoping you go and get yourself a veteran. Josh Jones has been signed an offensive lineman from the Baltimore Ravens, but you feel like you still have to do more, and there's still opportunity to do more over there. I think what's going to help this offensive line is that Kubiak offense. You can cover up some shortcomings sometimes with just play calling. And how would a Kubiak offense do that? He loves that wide zone. You look at the personnel of the offensive linemen here in Seattle. They're those type of guys. The pin and pull, the gap stuff, they're still going to run that, but I didn't think that was their strong point last year. We did have some success running it, especially when Zach Charbonnet was in there. But now we're talking wide zone. We're talking get your big quicks to the left, to the right, east and west, get to that second level, and that can help. That's going to help a Sam Darnold, a quarterback. You talk about Geno, him being pressured last year. Sam Darnold was one of the most pressured quarterbacks in the game as well. How do you combat that? You move that pocket. You stretch out the defense. You play action off of it. So you're going to have to hit. You're going to have to develop, and this offense is going to have to be tailored to your personnel in that offensive line.